These are bullets all day long. They got the Knight of Pentacles, the stress. He shot himself. There's the
family attorney says the 23-year-old died from a gunshot wound to the head, and the manner of death was suicide.
I don't know what he used. I know it's a rope involved. I don't know what he used that rope for. Let me see. The secrets. He's taking the secrets with him. You see the secrets? He's not giving y'all the information. Says y'all don't need to know it. You know? He'll go out with the secrets with the high priest there. He might be found on a Wednesday too. Ace of Wands. So I have no doubt in my mind they're gonna find Brian Laundrie, October 2021. I'm telling you, he's still.
Hello, my loves. It's TTNG, the Tarot Medium Goddess here. Thank you so much for being here. Please do stop what you're doing and like this video. Go ahead and subscribe. Don't forget to tell me what you think about what happened in this case in the comments below. And do show your girl some love and share the video. I appreciate every single one of you. It's true. I love you, boo. Hello. Thank you guys, everyone in the chat. I'm going to play one more short clip as we get everything together and as more people pour into the room, and we'll get started.
Wow. Yeah. What I'm getting is lamb led to the slaughter. I don't know if any of these people belong to some type of cult. This has a spiritual connotation to it. All right, with the Ten of Swords and the High Priest, I have the energy that they're no longer with us. Yeah, so Orton, I got a definite no. And then Orson, the death card was at the bottom.
He's awesome. Oh my.
Not to mention, I feel nauseous.
You feel nauseous around him? Got Sun, 7 of Wands, 8 of Wands, but...
Well, I got the Sun too for Orson. I did get the Sun. But I get
Sun, that's good.
Yeah, but a lot of times I get the Sun when people are dead too. So. And then at the bottom of the deck was the death card.
7 of Wands, of course, changed. Do you feel that the two of them are together? Because I'm feeling like they got taken and separated.
Yeah, they may have gotten separated and this all has to do with money. Look, there's the money with the 7 of Pentacles, and there's the King of Pentacles right here, Ace of Swords, and so they were the sacrifice. Bottom of the deck, money again. Look, paying for the kids. Someone's paying for the kids. Card. Yeah, the family with the Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. One of the families are involved.
What does Charles know?
Whether it's the adopted.
I'm asking what Charles knows.
This is the family thing. Wow. There's the toxic situation as you see it. Clarity on the shadow side card. So I have the energy that they have passed on. That's the energy that I'm getting. Okay, welcome back, guys. So today I have Nicole Marie and Crystal with me. Give me a second to get us up on the screen. Thank you so much for being here. Please do like and subscribe. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Mallory. Hello, Tammy, Terry, Teresa, everyone in the chat. Unfortunately, somehow I just lost my Facebook stream. It just went dead on me, but it's okay. Thank you guys so much for being here today. So now, Nicole, are you still with me?
I am.
Okay, and Crystal?
I am.
Okay, awesome. So let's get started. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment to address something really concerning to me. Nicole Marie and Crystal have been getting a lot of quote unquote haters or negative energy towards them, presented towards them, negative Nancy's, finger pointers and bullies on various social media platforms who are trying to intimidate them from supplying information to the public that it's really crucial at this stage that we know, so that this case does not turn with Michael Monkey Vaughn does not turn into another Kyron Horman case or another Springfield 3 case where years later, decades later, you still don't know what happened. So I applaud them. I believe that they're brave and courageous for bringing this to the light. I'm going to play before we get started on all the questions. And if anybody wants to come up on the panel, you may do so. You must keep in mind, you must be respectful to the panel at all times. Okay. You're welcome to state your views in a respectful way. So before we get started, I'm going to play about 2 or 3 clips, right? And we're going to address some of the videos that I saw earlier today on YouTube concerning these bold and courageous women. So let me bring that on the screen real quick. Okay. Here's one right here.
Like, share, bell, follow. Welcome to Anonymous True Crime. The hide, the cheek, the vile vermin you will hear speaking to a mother of a missing child.
Do you know how we could fix this? We could fix it if you were willing to work with us.
This is some arrogant fool talking to the mother of missing 5-year-old Michael Vaughn. Police have publicly confirmed that Michael's case is increasingly possibly an abduction. This is in stark contrast to law enforcement stating no evidence of abduction in the Summer Wells case. Michael's case has a strong timeline, video surveillance, neighbors' camera data and witness testimony. His family are in constant contact with investigators. Flyers, Facebook, public pleas, daily social media engagement. All while trying to parent and support their other children. Children that have remained in their care. Does that not register? We have the Wells and West children removed. Both never searched or were proactive in their missing children's cases. We hear a desperate mother, Michael's mother talks of Michael coming home. She will not give up. Let's listen to brave BRANDI.
3 children at home right now, and I'm trying to work, and I'm trying to post posters, and I'm trying to put my boots on the ground, and I am trying to do everything I can to bring my son home. Yeah. Every damn day. Please understand that. Please understand that. Do you know how hard it is? Could you imagine your baby not being here? Could you imagine that? Please. Yeah. No, please just imagine. Imagine every single day that you have to try and take your children to school, and you have to take them to their programs, or you have to do anything, or the birthdays, the holidays. Could you imagine happening to try to imagine not having one of your babies there to do all of that with you, and you feel guilty if you are happy that they're happy because your baby is not there. Your son, your love's not there. Could you? No, you know what? I can't. So I
Michael went missing the 27th of July, 2021, near his home in Fruitland, Idaho. Please refer to flyer, share Michael's details. Michael's mother is online begging for help to find her son. She isn't begging for money. The fools who attempted to gaslight her should feel ashamed of themselves. Let's find Monkey. Like, share, bell.
Okay, so now he was addressing or speaking against, and I'm gonna take that off the screen for a second, but that was him speaking against Crystal and Nicole Marie, right? In his statement, who we have here today live on the panel. And I'm just sorry that they have to go through this in the first place. For them revealing information that the public really should know, because once again, what you see isn't always what it appears, right? Like the passenger door mirror on the side where it says, things are not always as you appear. So though you've seen her out there maybe being a bit emotional, right? There's also recordings that some of you guys may have heard where she's threatening law enforcement, and to burn down their homes. So we see another side of her, which was the private side of her, which Crystal and Nicole Marie know more about. So I would ask that Crystal and Nicole, can you tell me your thoughts on your response to that video that I just played?
Crystal's answer is gonna be longer than mine, so I'll go ahead and go first.
Okay.
My immediate thought was, what is that? And it's an anonymous person. It's an anonymous person with a disguised voice,
Right.
that played a single clip of a moment where we were like supposed to be led to believe that there was emotion. I'm sorry. I mean, I've seen real emotion come from BRANDI, and I know when I'm seeing it and when I'm not. So, but basically, I'm not gaslighting anybody. I'm putting the information out there, and whoever wants to believe it can. Whoever doesn't have to. But I'm not sure, hearing it out of her own mouth, how that could still be confusing for people. But I think what's been clear here the last several days, at least, is that there's got to be some type of validity to it, and it's enough to start causing pipes to leak.
Exactly.
And it's only a matter of time before they burst. And the more we say, the quicker that'll happen. Hopefully, the quicker we find Michael.
And I agree. I would like to say, obviously, prior to the information that you guys put out there, that just from what I saw of BRANDI in the public light, immediately I felt, and I didn't look at it in an intuitive manner. Someone may say, oh, well, she calls herself a psychic. Well, I didn't look at this in an intuitive manner. There's so many cases out there, and there's so much energy, that I'm already putting out there. I'm just looking at how she appeared in the public, and I'm like, okay, the picture shows me someone who is a very loving mom. It reminds me of me with my children, and her outcries for people to help find Michael, it really touched my heart sincerely. But then I heard what you guys were saying or discussing, and the information that was held behind closed doors that I didn't know about, and it sort of raised some red flags for me as well, and my eyebrows went up, and I'm like, what, really? And I'm like, maybe I need to just, before forming an opinion on this, just look at the total picture and just let everything play out the way it should be. And I'm not going to point my finger and say Nicole is doing something wrong or Crystal. No, I care about Michael Vaughn. So I want to hear, I absolutely want to hear everything you have to say, right? So now in that video, I heard afterwards of BRANDI, and she's on, your space, and she is crying her heart out once again. And then it hit me once again, and my heart sunk for her. And I'm like, I gave it a second thought. But then I went back and I listened to the facts. All right. Because a lot of people say you got to look at the facts first. Yet they're judging you, Nicole Marie, and they're judging you, Crystal. Right. But they say you have to look at the facts first. I went back again and listened to what you guys had to say. And there's reason for concern here. No one's saying that Brandi didn't and she was involved with it. You may have your own opinion and thought, of course, but no one came out and said that. You're saying, pay attention, folks. There's some things that are not adding up. And I don't wrong you for that. I think you guys are very much in the right, because once again, if it's not in this case with Brandi, there'll be another case where someone looks at how someone is very convincing to the public. Guys, you guys know the narcissist that could go to the courthouse, that could go to the judge and plead their case, looking at the judge with a bold eye, looking at attorneys, the prosecutors straight in the eye, and they don't blink, and they get away with everything because they can connect to that other person, right? So it's important that we don't get manipulated in this case, right? So I think, like I said, once again, them presenting the information, it's nothing wrong with that at all. I'm sorry for going on and on, but I just think that's important to state. Crystal, your thoughts on it?
I have a lot of thoughts on it, honestly. I don't know where to begin, to be quite frank. My mind is all over the place with a lot of different things. I can say that with as much time as I spent talking to Brandi, that she knows what she's doing in the public's eye, because she basically studies Summer Wells's case.
Right.
So she knows what to and what not to do in the public's view, like what to say, what not to say. So and I can say, like, I do know real emotion from Brandi. I do. I have seen Brandi break down. I have seen Brandi lose it over Michael being gone. I have seen her just, become overwhelmed, and, like I can't do this, like the real, I can't do this anymore. I have seen that side of Brandi. I have seen, the angry side of Brandi. I have seen the friendly side of Brandi, and I have now seen the not so friendly side of Brandi. So I've seen all sides of Brandi.
Right. So you know Brandi, she's somebody that had confided in you for a long time. So when she's telling the truth or when she's not, pretty much, not saying always, but you have a good idea of when she's being truthful, I'm sure. The more time you spend getting to know someone, the more you really know someone, really. Okay. Mallory says, yes, thank you for bringing this out, ladies. I knew she was shady from the first interview I ever saw, in my opinion. Okay. Everyone's, welcome to share their opinions. Mallory says she knows more than she's saying, in my opinion. Let's see. I Can't Deal says they left out in the same space where she declined the offer for searches to be arranged because they would be a waste of time.
That, I think everyone's jaw kind of dropped. It got really silent after that. There was a couple moments, but that was one of them.
Right. I'm sure that's a big one. Wow. That's a big one. Teresa Townsend says, where can I get info these ladies put out? Okay. I will share. They have a Twitter. So you can go on Twitter. I think Nicole Marie has a lot of the stuff up. Or not a lot, because there's some things that are that they have to protect, and they just submitted it to the FBI only, right? But yeah, you can find her on Twitter. And I probably could put in the comments or the description box after the live. Moxie says, Teresa Twitter under Sleuthy Goosey profile, and they will be coming out on the new YouTube channel, Right Reasons, as we are able. Yes. And we can share that link too. If you have a chance, Crystal or Nicole, you can paste that into the chat as well, so people will have that. I can't
It's
deal.
actually it's Nicole's YouTube. I don't have anything to do with that YouTube channel. I don't
Okay.
have my own
And
channel.
I think
so
that's
I don't know
something
the link.
I think that's something important that should be said, is that, like, Crystal was not like a spy for me. She did not even speak to me. She had an uneasy feeling and felt safe to reach out,
Right.
and knew that I could get it wherever it needed to go if that was so. You know, we don't talk like every day. You know, it was very much, you know, I'm tore up and I need some help. And I think maybe what I have is important. And I don't want to give it to someone who's not going to use it to get help for Michael.
Right.
So I'm glad that she said that, because not that I'm like excluding her from like my friend group, because I'm not at all. Hey, Eve.
Hi, Eve. True Crime with Eve. Hello.
But you know, I've heard it spun in a way that it's made to sound like she went like undercover and took information to be able to give to me for me to like punish Brandi, I guess. And that's just not so. She actually was quite tore up whenever she finally did come to me.
Right. So it's something that you guys have to understand, that at the end of the day, she has formed a very close relationship with Brandi, and it was very challenging. Like, I can feel it. I'm getting chills, because can you imagine being so close to somebody, but yet you still have to speak out? Because when the red flags start popping up, and it's just not one, it's not two, it's just not three, and they keep going, you know, it's like at the end of the day, this is about Michael Vaughn. This is about bringing Monkey back home. Like, her loyalty is with Monkey, and that's where everybody's loyalty should be, right? So your loyalty should be with seeing this case through, listening to the red flags, all right? Not getting upset with Nicole Marie, not getting upset with Crystal, but paying attention and being mindful of what they're saying, and to see if there's anything else that you may be able to come up with, something somebody else said, then put these clues together and make it happen. And sometimes people like to say that, oh, let the detectives do their things. You know how many cases, not saying it was going to be in this cases, but you know how many cases over the years, over the decades, remain unsolved for decades, and because somebody close to them had the information, but they felt they didn't want to give that information because it would make somebody else feel betrayed or backstabbed. They wondered what the world would think about them. They didn't want to be put in the position for people to point the finger and say, hey, you know, you guys are doing wrong here. You know, how could you? Don't you see this parent is suffering? But instead, they had the courage and the bravery to put Monkey first. They haven't come out at all, guys, and said that Brandi did this or Tyler did this, whether they feel it or not. They have not come out and said it. They're saying stay vigilant. It's as simple as that. Okay? Things need to come to the surface for cases to be solved, and a lot more cases would have been solved if other people did not feel the intimidation or felt that they would be intimidated afterwards. So I give them a hand of applause. You were going to say something?
I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad you said that, because my loyalty lies with all of the missing. And it would be, I don't care if I was talking to my sister and I felt something was off, I would turn her in too, because this is a child that can't speak for themselves, that don't have their own voice. And I would never be able to live with myself had I have kept silent and something came out. And I'm not in any way saying that it is Brandi or it is Tyler. I'm not. I don't I'm not saying that, but if I had kept my mouth shut with things that I was hearing and never said anything, and then it came out that somehow they were involved, I never would have been able to live with myself. And I had been talking to my friend for a long time about how, things seem off to me. I just don't know what to do. I don't, I've contacted FBI and the detectives, and I haven't gotten phone calls back. And apparently I was this whole time, so it wasn't their fault. They just were calling from restricted numbers, and I don't answer restricted numbers. So, but I didn't know what to do. And that's when I finally, I reached out to Nicole, and I was like, look, I don't know what to do. My email's broken. I can't, send anything. I need help, and I don't know who to trust. And it's not like Nicole and I had the best relationship, like she said, in the beginning when all of this started with Michael being missing and stuff, we didn't see eye to eye. And I have been very transparent with Nicole that, I did talk about her in not such a good way. And I had a lot to say, but at the end of it, when I took my heart out of the situation and I looked at it from a stranger perspective, I was like, Nicole hasn't stopped. Since day one, she hasn't stopped. She's always looking for new ways for, to find Michael. And that's something that every child deserves. And that's, one of the main reasons why I did reach out to Nicole, was because I knew her heart was in the right place.
Right. I saw that immediately as well. Yep.
Yeah, whenever she messaged me, I hadn't had a message from her since Brian Laundrie was still missing.
Oh, wow.
So, we did not, and I think she messaged me and I left her on red. So, the only really interaction that we had was the space that she hosted with Brandi, and I came in asking questions from a much different place. They were directed in a different way, and they developed into what they are now.
Right.
So, I mean, everyone had the benefit of the doubt, I guess. I just wanted to know what was going on. I wanted it to make sense. That was the extent of her relationship with me.
Right. And that makes sense. And I understand, because same here with me on YouTube. There's somebody in the past, I'm not going to go into descriptive, but where, I haven't said the most best things about this person, but I feel like on a case, we can work, you can work together good. And it's about bringing the kids, as long as you put the kids first, you said everything else aside, that's what matters. And that's what you guys are doing. And I just, once again, applaud you on it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm listening.
When she sent me stuff, she'd send it an apology in advance. Just so you know, I said some things in here, and I breeze right past it. I don't care. Someone said they knew each other before. No, we didn't know each other. I mean, we hadn't really spoken ever before she actually came to me. So
right.
But yeah, she did talk about me, but I couldn't tell you what it was. Went right past it. I mean, I just don't care. That goes for anybody.
Right, and I understand that. So I'm gonna play one more clip real quick, and we'll address it, and then we'll get off the clips, okay? Because I had 3 in the lineup, but I don't think it's necessary. It's from that same person we just listened to, and it's pretty much probably gonna go over the same thing. So it's just one more clip real quick, and we'll discuss, and then we'll move on with the rest of the interview.
Okay.
All right. And I don't know this person. I've never seen their channel before, but I came across it today. And it's Chit Chats Crime Cafe.
Hi everyone, it's Kat. Welcome back to my channel. I'm making this video to highlight the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughan, who went missing from his Fruitland home in Idaho in July 2021. Officials in the case have called this an abduction case, and as such, I will not be engaging in any hatred towards Monkey's parents or their family on this channel. Any negative comments left under this video will be removed and you will be blocked. Police have asked social media.
I want to pause. Any negative comments or anybody that disagrees with what you say, I'm feeling like she's speaking on anyone who disagrees with what she says, in my opinion. But
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And okay, let's continue to play the tape.
Users to only share official sources of information in the case and to keep Monkey's picture and face in the public eye. There has been way too much misinformation circling on social media, and this has not only hurt the family of this missing child, but does not help in the search for Michael Vaughan. Brandi and Tyler and their family have my full support, and I will continue to cover this case using official sources of information only.
I take it she's implying that Crystal and Nicole Marie are not official sources of information, yet you have tons of recordings speaking to her personally on a daily basis. So I don't know if that's fake or what. But anyway.
Well, first of all, it sounded like a proclamation to like a cult. Like they have my full support, you know. And she's only going to use official information, but both Brandi and the Fruitland Police Department told me to pay absolutely no attention to that page that she's got on the screen now, because they are directing people. Basically, I saw that Brandi shared it, and it said that Chucker's Missing Child Project page is the only source of official, credible information. And then they go on to say that if you want, you can follow the Fruitland Police Department too. And Brandi shared it, so I was confused, and I said, "Are you working just with them now?" Like, and she said, "Oh, no, I don't even know like what they're doing, but like we're not working with them. I shared it because I saw Michael's face." And before I had heard back from her, I asked the Fruitland Police Department, and they said absolutely not, unless that page, we're getting information from the Fruitland Police Department's page, then it's not official and it's not credible.
Okay, so she doesn't even know what she's sharing. Okay.
No, not usually. Not usually.
I got you. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to continue to press play.
Here is an example of a Facebook group called the Truckers Missing Child Project, who are absolutely using their platform to raise awareness, connecting the public with official sources of information only. I wanted to highlight some of the good that can be done on social media. The Truckers Missing Child Project is by no means the only site using their social media appropriately in this case, but I thought it was a good example to bring you. There are YouTube channels and other social media sites on Facebook that do support Brandi and Tyler and are really supporting the search.
Our support is supposed to be for Michael Vaughan, first and foremost.
For Michael Vaughan. It's important that as true crime channels, we support victims of crime. And in this case, as an abduction case, Brandi and Tyler are as much victims of this crime as Monkey.
That is reckless.
I gotta pause for a second.
It is reckless. It makes me ill. That is reckless.
To say that someone is a victim when they have not been ruled out, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nicole Marie, and not saying that they are guilty of this once again. So you have to understand where we're coming from. We're saying stay unbiased and listen to all the facts that are coming to the forefront. Okay, the forefront. So can you please let me know, because they're saying that Brandi and Tyler are not victims. Why? Because they are the victims. I'm sorry. Why is that? Because they're not acting like Candace and Don. So. Or they're not acting like Trezell and Jacqueline. So that's the only type of people that are going to go out their way to cover up certain situations from you then. So then go ahead. I'm listening.
Let me put it this way. I don't remember ever using the word victim for Nicole Schmidt. Ever.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
So what kills me is that there's so much support. I don't know. I truly don't know what's going on, but that statement, this is an abduction case as though it is fact, and then taking the focus 1000% off of Michael by saying that the parents are the victims here.
Right.
And this hashtag that got started, be Brandy strong. It absolutely makes my stomach hurt because this is about Michael. What about Michael?
Exactly. In a lot of these cases, they are definitely forgetting the kids. And this one too is what I'm saying.
Sad.
For someone not to at least have an open ear to hear you out. Because once you say whatever you have to say, there is no way on God's green earth that someone could tell you that you're not that you're unjustified for saying, hey, I caught something that I heard something and it caught me off guard and it kind of doesn't make sense to me. All right. So clearly people will not hear you out. They're just hearing what they want to hear, and that's it.
Sad.
All right. So I'll continue to play. We have less than a minute here, I guess.
Support them and hold them up while they go through one of the worst imaginable tragedies in life. We have to stick together, we have to work together, and we have to let them know that they have support and that there are people who are willing to stand up and put the facts out there as they exist and as they are presented to us by law enforcement. To Brandy and Tyler, I say, keep the faith. There are those of us who are able to see the truth, and you should not be subjected to conspiracy theories and hate. And as always, if there is anything proactive and positive that I can do to help you to bring Monkey home.
I just want to say one more thing. She said, as presented by law enforcement. How many times, and I love law enforcement. I was in the United States Army. I served. I'm a veteran of the country, whether, military, law enforcement, whatever, authority figure. How many times have we mixed? Sorry, I can't speak today. But how many times have we missed the mark? How many times Crystal fell out. I'm gotta add her back in. Okay.
I just messaged her. I was like, where the hell did you go?
I didn't even know that she was gone.
It had to have just happened because I just looked over and she was there.
But I said, how many times have law enforcement detectives? Yeah, I can hear you. How many times have law enforcement in the past and detectives missed the mark? There has been many times that, they were a little bit off. Say for instance, in certain cases, you do need to put a little bit pressure on law enforcement. If not, it can turn into a cold case. But now that everybody's detectors are up and more people are focused in on the case, they know, hey, we can't play games. They're watching us. Okay, this is serious now. All right, we have to give it all we got. We can't let Brandy have any type of power in this. As far as I'm listening, you're about to say something, Crystal or Nicole?
Oh no, I'm muted. It wasn't me.
Oh, okay. But I'm pretty sure that in all the cases, that we have seen over the years, over the decades, once we heard about and once we didn't, that the people speaking out has caused and putting pressure on law enforcement, detectives, etc., and making things known that was not otherwise known has helped in solving many cases. Okay, and you can't deny that. So once again, I applaud these women. So we'll play this out.
Home, please know that this is a platform that supports you 100%. If you have any credible information pertaining,
I guess that means whether guilty or not, they just gonna support them 100%. All right. So
I'm sorry. If I don't laugh, I'm going to break something. I mean, I just don't get it. It makes me ill.
Yeah. I guess we saw Brandy's tears, her emotions. It has definitely melted some people's hearts. Let's put it that way. Okay. But once again, that's just the things you saw in public. It's not what you saw behind the scenes. And trust me, the stuff that you don't see behind the scenes, sometimes it weighs a lot heavier than the stuff that's right in your face. Okay?
Well, and to be clear, everyone's all been out of shape as though all of this behavior only happened in private. You know, if they go back and listen to discussions that we had, even starting in December with her on Twitter, the personality is not very different from the recordings. It is absolutely different than what has been seen on YouTube. I mean, I do understand that, but they owe it to Michael, really, and to themselves to at least look.
Exactly. Michael is the victim here.
Absolutely.
So I'll go down a few comments, maybe 10 or so, and then I'll get to some of the questions. So let me see where we left off. Okay.
Crystal said she can't hear us. It's cutting out a bunch.
Oh, I wonder if she actually tell her to try to get out and then come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll also remove her. She can try to get out and come back in. And in the meantime, I'll read some comments until she could hear us again. So SB says, I think everyone was literally crying who says that, especially as the mother of the missing child, you think she would want all the help she can get. True, SB. Very true. Hi, Divine. How are you, love? Mallory, hi. All right. Jay Colburn says instability or stages of grief, perhaps.
Actually, maybe I hope Crystal's like here and can hear us, because she would better be able to comment on that. But I know that what I have seen, just what I've experienced and what I've witnessed, one thing that stuck out to me was in the entire hour long, maybe even more than that, pre-interview that I heard before she went on the interview room. She was laughing, telling, stories about how she met Tyler. No crying, nothing like that. And keep in mind, this was weeks after I watched her on the interview room. And it's almost like as soon as they started recording, it was a totally different person.
Right.
With stages of grief, I don't even know at this point whether I don't think it's instability or stages of grief, potentially.
Right.
So
thank you for your comment on that. Crystal, are you able? I don't know if you can hear us, but can you? You can? Who was that? Crystal? All right. Maybe she can. I don't know if she's texting me because my phone is
there's huge overlay. Let me go out and come back in.
Okay. Indy J says, Teresa, we will be starting a Facebook page soon too. True Crime with E says, and it's also insane that my spiritual connection to feeling that this case I'm sorry guys, I don't have my glasses on, and sometimes to filling this case out from the beginning was absolutely shut off until I found this team's work, and it's been unbearable. So true with me as well. Eve. I didn't even feel it necessary to tap into. I mean, I wanted to, and you see, Michael is part of my intro because I planned on covering it, and I planned on doing my spiritual reading on it, and I haven't because I've been dealing with the other cases, and it appeared to me without even tapping in intuitively that BRANDI was, 100% doing everything that it took to find Michael, and in the end, it seems like there's some red flags there. So, true crime. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Dixie. How have you been? I was going to email you a little while ago, actually. I don't have Twitter either. Okay. Moxie says, Crystal, can you hear us? Moxie says, I'm so happy to hear your voice of reason.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now. Awesome. Moxie says, I'm so happy to hear your voice of reason. Thank you. We are only searching for the truth. Exactly, guys. Exactly. No one, we let stuff play out. We are, well, not we are, Nicole, Marie, and Crystal are, having law enforcement do their things. They're getting the necessary information to the FBI as well, etc., so that they can have this information and they figure things out on their end, right? But it's not wrong for them to present any red flags, and unfortunately there's been many of them. So all right. Jay Colburn says the only voice we hear is Brandi's, and inconsistency issues off the charts. Right. Thank you for stating that. True Crime with Eve says, also, just because creators are digitally close to missing children's family members does not mean that their theory is fact, especially if it hasn't been officially said by law enforcement. Hi, Shannon. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We'll get back to the chat in a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and start asking some questions here. So, okay, we addressed the people, the negative Nancy's out there. So I'll take that off. All right. So for both Crystal and Nicole, whoever wants to go first, when did you first hear about the case and become interested in the case? And first off, when did Michael Vaughn go missing initially? I'm going to put something on the screen that Nicole shared with me not too long ago. Give me 1 second, guys, before we go on with the questions. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm having trouble getting that video up you sent me. I'll try again a little bit later. Nicole.
That's fine.
All right. I'll put a picture up of Monkey. Nicole sent me that picture. I love this picture of Monkey. All right. So I'll start with the question. When did you first, and the panel will be open a little bit later for anybody if you want to ask Nicole or Crystal any questions and they have extra time. I'll open up the panel so you guys can actually join the StreamYard link with us. All right. So when did you first hear about the case and become interested in this case?
So me, it was probably towards the end of summer. Like the season, not Summer Wells. And I was interested. There wasn't very much though, and they were like in the middle of searches, heavy searches, and it was kind of up in the air in terms of what kind of searches were being performed. And then I was focusing on Summer some, but I really dug in. Like I went back and looked, and my very first message was on December 1st to Brandi. So it would have been sometime in November, probably right when her press conference came out, that I reached out and really started like digging into things.
Okay. And when did you become familiar with the case, Crystal?
I'm going back to look or when I first messaged Brandi, but I want to say it was at the end of October, beginning of November that I was aware of the case, because I remember complaining about it in a space as to how long it actually took me to even find out that he'd been missing, since he'd been missing since July. But the first time I reached out to Brandi was December 4th was the first time I reached out to Brandi.
Okay. And when would you say you both actually became hands-on with the case? What did you say, around the same time?
I would say right when she had her press conference. So like we'll say the 20th of November.
Okay.
I would say somewhere close to there. I started digging into it without talking to Brandi.
Okay. And I want to ask Crystal first and then Nicole, or either way. But how did she receive you when you did make that connection with her?
She seemed very standoffish at first. Very she was very protective of herself and of her family. I completely understood that, and I just kind of said, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. If you need somebody to vent to, I'm here. If you can't sleep, you can call me. I will give you my phone number.
Right. And so eventually you guys picked up on the communication and got to know each other a lot better, right?
Yeah, we started talking in like public spaces on Twitter at first, and then I ended up giving her my number, and then she would call me or I would call her, and then we would still communicate through like Twitter DMs and stuff. And then we ended up, because of because of the Twitter spaces, we ended up going and starting like a Facebook Messenger group chat thing, so that it was more of like, it was private, that we could talk without people coming in and out. Like on Twitter spaces, people can come in and out.
Okay. I wasn't really sure. I'm just getting familiar with it, Twitter. So I wasn't really sure how that worked. So thanks for explaining, and thanks for explaining for all the YouTubers that are out here that aren't on Twitter as much or at all. So my next question was going to be, describe the evolution of your connection with Brandi. So that may pretty much cover it. I don't know if there's anything you would like to add to that. The evolution of your connection, and also the trust level you have for one another.
I would say it was pretty standoffish at first, and then over time, the trust started building, and I shared private things about my life. She shared private things about her life. And then the rest of us, were sharing private things about our lives together, and we became like this little, we called ourselves a little family. And so then the trust built over time. It didn't, obviously happen overnight, but over time it did. And, it got to the point where, before we would hang up the phone, it was, I love you. And it was, our kids would talk to each other through the group chats and stuff. So it was, we built a lot of trust over time.
Right. Like, it sounds like you had a really beautiful connection.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Were there, okay, after a while, I would say, and of course, otherwise you wouldn't be here, but I wrote the question down, so we're going to state it. Were there any red flags that came up in discussing the case with her? If so, what were they? What were some of them?
There were quite a few, and me and a couple of the other girls from the little Facebook group that we had would talk about them privately. Because there were things that we didn't want to bring to Brandi's attention. We wanted to protect her heart with, some things we had came up with. And then, some of the things that she was saying, all of us were kind of like, that doesn't quite add up to, you know, the factual information. So we had our own like little Facebook group with not everybody from the group, but some of us had like our own little Facebook group outside of the bigger group, where we would discuss these things that, you know, didn't seem to add up to us. And that's when a couple of us started recording the conversations. It wasn't just me. A couple of us started recording the conversations. So almost everyone in the group knew that their conversations were being recorded. Then we started, you know, taking notes and having these nightly discussions, and other things were done with, you know, out Brandi's knowledge from a couple of us in the group. And so there were red flags, and I can't get into all of it because some of it, you know, is protected, and you know that it's been sent to the FBI and stuff. But a big one was the timeline and how it kept changing.
Okay. No, I was just about to ask, can you give a couple examples that's not protected, maybe 2 or 3 examples that are not protected that was drawing a red flag for you?
Yeah, I mean, a big one was the timeline. It kept changing a lot. Another one that seemed to bother a lot of us was the fact that Tyler wouldn't talk. And, you know, there had been times that Brandi had spoken to us about how, you know, sometimes she feels like she's doing everything. And we, as her friends, felt awful for her. And we would try to give her ideas on, you know, how, you know, maybe she could get him to talk, or to even just sit there with her to show that, you know, he is there. So that's, you know, one of the things that kind of upsets me when people say, you know, we're like demanding her on these calls and forcing her to do these things, when that wasn't the case at all. You know, there's other recordings where Brandi is like crying to us because she feels like she's overwhelmed and can't do anything. And we're just in a conversation telling her like, well, maybe if he just sits with you, or maybe if he writes out a statement and somebody reads it, you know, and says this is from Tyler, or, you know, something. We're just giving her different ideas because of her breaking down and saying, you know, this is overwhelming, taking care of all of the kids and doing everything on my own because she's at home and he's at work. Right. And she, you know, she would feel overwhelmed.
Right. Okay. So,
and
I'm listening.
That's one thing that, 2 things I want to say. That's one thing that I feel like has never really been clear. I feel like every time I turn around, 1 minute she's working, 1 minute she's not working. So I never really knew like what was going on there. But the thing that bothers me the most about this timeline issue is the fact that, and it's burned into my brain, that December 19th space when Tyler made the comment about, he said, there was no time. I wouldn't have had any time to do anything. Wow. And it likely would have had to been in front of the other kids. Well, now there is time because the timeline is incorrect, you know?
Right.
So, you know, that comment felt strange to me when I heard it, but knowing what I know now and the timeline, how much it has shifted and changed and how off, and, you know, with no neighbors coming out and saying anything or law enforcement confirming, you know, and even now they put up that new Fruitland, the Fruitland Police Department put out that new update for Michael, which I asked in a private message if that was like where the other ones went. They deleted everything else. And I was told that the rest of them were deleted because this one was the one that was accurate. And it doesn't even say a time when he went missing. It doesn't say anything about when he was last seen or any neighbors seeing him or even like who was home with him. So
that sounds pretty odd to me. Yep.
So that comment, you know, the comment really digs at me, knowing that the timeline is not established. I should say it's not been established by his parents. I keep wanting to stress this to everybody, that law enforcement knows the timeline. I'm not necessarily saying Fruitland, but I'm saying that law enforcement knows the timeline.
Right.
We will never get an accurate timeline. We've wasted, 2 months listening to discrepancies and trying to build a timeline, which we usually do in every case. And we're just not ever going to get it. So
Right.
that comment means a lot to me in terms of maybe there was time. I mean, we already know one of the kids left. One of them didn't see Michael at all in the 3 hours she was home. So it's just it's troublesome, the entire
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Definitely red flags. Definitely something to think about there for sure. So I'm gonna ask you, Nicole. Okay, describe your. Okay, first of all, when you first connected to Brandi, how did she receive you? Like, how,
Um,
mhm.
she was great. I mean, she was gonna talk to me. She said, "What do I have to do to get Michael's story out there?" Um, I asked her if she'd set up a time to call me. Um, she said yes. But then a little later on, she said she had an interview, I assume with a news station or something at 5, and that she would do it after, but then I never heard back. Um, After that, I messaged her, I don't even several times, one asking about medications, if Michael was on any medications to see if we could get him a silver alert, which we've done before. Um, and I didn't hear back. I asked about scars, birthmarks, any kind of identifying markings on him. And the last thing that I sent that I did not get an answer to was I asked who they were sending emails to for the Amber Alerts,
Right.
because I had gotten a list of I had seen one name that they were doing it, and I had gathered her a list of names, other names of important people that they could have emailed also for the Amber Alert, and I did not hear back from that either. And then the next time I spoke to her was a couple weeks later on Crystal Space.
So she did not get back to you for as far as trying to do anything to get him an Amber Alert or a silver alert, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those people that have judged Nicole, Marie, and Crystal unfairly, I'm not sure. Like people, I'm feeling like a lot of people are not paying attention that this is about Michael Monkey Vaughn. Okay, if your child is missing, you're gonna do everything that it takes, and you honestly want to find them. All right, you're gonna do everything it takes in order to bring them back home. Right? The hashtag bring monkey back home. So are we not to question why she did not want, Brandi NEAL did not want an Amber Alert placed out on her child? To say she does after hearing this live, or if anyone tells her about the live, or if she's listening to the live, to say she wants one or wanted one versus actually taking action to get one, it's a big difference. Because remember, guys, at the end of the day, anybody could tell you anything. Where's the proof? Right? When Nicole mentioned the silver alert, hey, how about we give Monkey a silver alert if he is on any type of medication? She did not respond back to Nicole. So why are people coming for Nicole? Why are people coming for Crystal? Are these not valid things to bring to the forefront? Are they not?
Well, and regardless, whether he has any scars or birthmarks or something to be able to identify him that stands out, that in itself,
That's
regardless of
big.
what happened to him, is important to know.
That is big. Whether he has any scars, birthmarks, or whatever to identify him, for some reason, do they not want him identified if he's found? What's the cover up there, folks? Somebody answer the question. What's the cover up there? Wouldn't you want to tell them every scar your child had on their body, every birthmark, if it was a teenager, somebody that was older and had a tattoo, wouldn't you want someone to know what's on their body so that they could be traced, if anything?
Or how about like a question you can ask him that only he would know the answer to.
Exactly.
If I see a kid, if I see a kid in a store or something that I think looks exactly like him and I get a moment to speak to him, I would like to know what I could say to him, besides that he answers to monkey. Because a lot of kids, I mean, if you came up to my son and called him monkey, he'd just smile at you. You know what I mean? I mean, he wouldn't think anything of it. But,
Right.
you know, something like, I can't even think about it. What's the blanket? What color blanket do you like to sleep with? Stuff like that. Just something, anything that the kid he's the only one that would be able to answer that. That would be something good to know.
Right. So, and why wasn't that information released? If you feel that it's a red flag there, regardless of whether you may still believe Brandy, or not to say believe Brandy, but still have a heart for her in this case. And I'm not saying you're not to, but if you feel that there is valid reason to be concerned, or to lift an eyebrow, throw a red flag in the comments for us, guys. Throw a red flag in the comments if you feel like there's some red flags there. I'm gonna go ahead and let me look at my next question. I'm looking at my notes, guys. Give me one moment. Okay. So, Nicole, in your connection with the case, one of the people that you became close with and communicated with also, or I should say had a space with, was also the nanny, correct? Was Michael's nanny?
Yeah, I actually started speaking to the nanny back in December.
Okay.
But because I did not want to cause any drama between the two of them, and also for integrity of whatever each of them was going to say, I don't often tell anybody on a case who I've spoken to and the extent that I've spoken to them. So no one knew that I spoke to the nanny until recently. I will say her timeline always did make more sense. But again, we cannot go off of we can't go off of anything that we've heard. We can't go off of the even that Tyler was home or that Brandy was at work.
So what you're saying is that the nanny's timeline differs from Brandy's timeline, correct?
Oh yes, it always did from the very beginning.
Okay. If you think that's a red flag, throw the red flag in the comments. Okay. So let me go ahead and see what else, guys. Okay, were there any other red flags that came up in your conversation with the nanny? If so, what were they?
So initially the very first one was the pizza ordering. One of the first things out of her mouth was that they ordered from Pizza Hut, and I said, "What?" Because I just listened to Brandy, a week ago, say over and over again that it was Domino's and that they had the receipt that went on the box that says exactly what time you called. It sat on my counter for 2 days. And the nanny said to me, she's like, well, I don't know why she would say that, because it was definitely Pizza Hut. She was like, because I made a joke to Tyler saying, you guys both worked at a pizza place, that Keystone Pizza or Keystone Payette, for however long. Why would you order from Pizza Hut? It was just too much of like it seemed more believable to me. But then again, here I had the mother of the boy that's missing tell me that it was Domino's and they had the receipt. And that's one of the biggest discrepancies that came up here later, which it doesn't matter where it came from. It doesn't matter what time it was called. But something that was interesting was she specifically said, someone said, well, we're working on this timeline. If you ordered it online, you should be able to go in, to the app or your email or your text messages, because it notifies you in many ways.
Right.
When the pizza was ordered, when it was delivered, blah, blah, blah. And in that moment, she said, you're right. They do that. I know exactly what you're talking about, because I've ordered online also from Domino's. And then some fiddling around, and then, oh, we don't have that because he called and paid over the phone. He ordered and paid over the phone. So we don't have that.
Wow.
Okay. So we all put it aside. Well, then here just now, a couple days ago, going through the recordings, she's going through the phone, through Tyler's phone with the group of girls. They were all talking or whatever. And, she said, she was going through what she saw, and then you could tell she didn't see the pizza one. And she said, oh, there's no pizza one because you ordered it online.
Wow.
So, I don't even know that pizza was ordered.
Right.
I don't know that there was even a pizza delivery.
It's a lot of, the story just keeps changing, it seems like. Yeah. Another red flag. I'm going to ask you guys, so how do you feel? Well, before I'm going to ask you, how do you feel the FPD, Fruitland Police Department, is handling this case? Is there anything else you want to say about the pizza before we move to that question?
Oh no, I'm so tired of pizza.
Okay. the timeline alone stresses me out trying to
absolutely
figure out, so for Crystal and Nicole, how do you feel the Fruitland Police Department has handled this case, and are there any red flags that came up with how they handled this case?
I want Crystal to be able to speak if she wants to.
Crystal, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was talking to my child. Can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So, okay, let me get the exact. How do you feel the Fruitland Police Department, FPD, has handled this case, and are there any red flags that came up with how they handled this case, or have been handling this case?
Can I do a no comment on that? I feel like this is something above anything they're used to handling.
Right.
I just feel like they obviously don't have all the resources that they need. And they have said that they've had to, call for other places. It's a 12 officer department, and I don't fault them for being a small department. It's a small town. This isn't something that happens in their town every day, so they're not, used to handling it where, these things happen in bigger cities more often, and they're more used to doing these types of things. So I just feel like they're not
kind of,
it's just something. Yeah.
Okay. And you feel the same way, Nicole?
I want to hope that, something is definitely off. I want to hope that that's it. But what bothers me about that being potentially the issue is that the level of, or I should say, I guess for instance, I'll give you this for instance. And of course, this is what Brandi said. So I'll leave it there. But when she was asked about EquiSearch, she told us that law enforcement, I assume the Fruitland Police Department, because I can't see FBI saying this. She said that law enforcement told her that she shouldn't bother getting in touch with EquiSearch to perform a search and help, because They do the same thing that Idaho Mountain State and Rescue does, and the BRANDI would be wasting their resources. Which is just not so. So my thing, you know, is, and if you look at the news articles and updates, the old press conference, they put out a statement that said that Idaho Mountain State and Rescue, you know, was confident that they had thoroughly searched the area. Okay. And
Right.
they were released like the day after he went missing.
Wow.
So ground searches at that point, you know, we had been led to believe, and I believed, that Idaho Mountain State and Rescue was who was conducting these searches constantly.
Right.
And that's basically not what it was. And come to find out, in the space with the nanny the other night, you know, she said that one of Idaho Mountain State and Rescue dogs was tracking Michael's scent like all the way to the entrance to the interstate somewhere.
Right.
And that the handler halted the dog, and that was it. Like, they just turned around and went back to the house because they couldn't have the dog run on the interstate or something like that. I mean, it was never.
Oh, I missed that part. I didn't hear that part. I don't think I played it all the way to the end. So they tracked his scent to the interstate, but I believe I heard a space where she said they tracked it to a neighbor's house in the community. Wasn't that so? Or
So December 18th, BRANDI spoke on it for the very first time, and she said that the dog tracked his scent to the yard, 2 houses from the end of the street going east. So 2 houses up from Washington in the yard. Well, then that gradually got further down to the corner. And again, and I'll just say this, you know, law enforcement's never confirmed that a dog picked up his scent at all.
right.
You know, even in this update that we're supposed to be going off of, it does not tell us a direction of travel for him. I mean, he could have been headed towards the fields. He could have been headed towards the main road. It's just it's hard to tell because they've not said anything.
Look at me and my spot.
Yeah. So, you know,
I enjoy listening to your son in the background because I know mine would do the
He
same.
has one.
no, she doesn't have anything. She can't make a bot either. We will do it later.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the store got it
Yeah, we'll go to the store.
and buy one.
Yeah.
You need to go to the custom Halloween spooky store. You have to go to Halloween store.
Okay.
You have to look for the special one.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Mine was doing the same thing earlier.
He, for as windy as I am, he's I've never seen a kid. He never runs out of something to say. But you know, I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know if, you know, if I'm going to throw theories out there that are my opinion, just with what I'm looking at. You
Now,
know,
I want to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
So I know I think it was BRANDI who said there's only one way in and one way out of that development. But it was found out after that that's not true. That's untrue. That there's not just one way in and one way out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Another red flag.
And she knows it, and that's kind of what set this whole thing into a downward spiral was my tweets pointing out other potential entrances or exits. And she was adamant that there were none. No, that's not. Well, then time went by, and well, it is, but it's private property.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's private property or not. There's more than one way in and one way out, especially if we're looking for a child who we say is, you know, abducted.
My
yeah,
my
that all
literal
news covered.
my literal comment to Brandy to that was they stole a whole ass child. What makes you think they're going to worry about a trespassing charge driving through someone's property?
Exactly.
And also, here's my thing. If we're going to look at this as an abductor, okay? Unless an abductor was watching and watching like very, very well, they would not have known that there was a camera at the corner of 8th.
Right.
They wouldn't have known that there was a camera at the corner of 8th. For me, if someone was going to take a back road, especially a farm road, to me, it would be someone who knew there was a camera out that other exit, and knew the farm roads. You know what I mean?
I agree completely. That makes sense. So do you feel like Brandy is able to control the FPD, Fruitland Police Department, to some extent in a way that that some or many things get passed by her first or passed through her first? For example, where the Fruitland Police Department went through Brandy to give a heads up 48 hours prior to before Tyler, her husband, went to the precinct, that he would be read his Miranda rights. Like, what control is this? Something that is normally done in those cases where
Absolutely
somebody's
not.
given 48 hours notice?
No, absolutely not. And my concern, see, I don't know if that's true. If that is true, that situation will be looked into. But, it is possible that it's just what Brandy thinks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She may
Right.
think she has that kind of control over the police department. I would hope that she doesn't. But,
Right.
at this point, and she's found out about information that she should not know about. So it's really up in the air. I do know that that it's possible that certain things here recently may have been held back from them to kind of see if it would trickle down,
Right.
And so, yeah, it's like, I don't know, but it's not just Brandy's what she's saying that makes me concerned for that. It's also what I'm seeing regarding his investigation. I mean, but then again, that could have been caused by the fact that before 911 was even called, people were potentially looking for him, tramping all around the neighborhood, which would get rid of a lot of evidence if he was abducted.
Yeah, absolutely. So, have you reached? I know one of you guys. So, first of all, for those who are not aware, now Brandy and I may have the audio on my channel. She did make the statement that they had that the Fruitland Police Department stated that they were going to go ahead and read Tyler his Miranda rights. Now, there's some people out there who say that, well, that's just normal. That's just typical, that's standard procedure. However, I believe either you, Nicole, or Crystal has an audio of someone in law enforcement saying that's not standard procedure. Do you have that on hand right now or no?
I can pull it up fairly quickly.
Okay. We'll go ahead and I'll wait. I'll read some comments while you pull that up and you tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So Indy says, "Hi, Eve. Happy to see you here too. This is Jessica." Okay. Ivana says, so they knew each other before? No, but they got to know each other and they became really close. They told each other they loved them. I'm sure you probably heard a lot of this because I know I'm backed up in the chat, but they became very close, tight, knit, like family. True Crime with Eve says, the more truth goes out there, the less everyone has to speculate incorrectly on what happened and where Michael is. Correct. I agree 100%. And it's nice to connect with you, True Crime with Eve.
So I do have it up.
Okay.
It's kind of long, but it's super informative. And there's a little bit of interference with the sound, but I'll try to skip through it. But do you want me to just go ahead and play it right now?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I for one want to know about the whole 40, however many hours things, even any type of heads up whatsoever. Is that like customary to let someone who you're going to Mirandize know that you intend to do that?
Absolutely not. I can't even begin to think of a reason why that would be appropriate or necessary or would have happened. I know I've been DM'd several times by many people asking about Miranda rights and so forth regarding this case. And, again, to be general, because there's a lot of third-hand information, Miranda rights are used for a very specific purpose, and they're used for anything that's going to be used, any questions related to anything that's going to be used in court. So them advising them 48 hours before is definitely concerning. I personally plan to make a call on that myself because that's very disturbing to me. But I can't think of any reason why they would give a heads up to that, or if that's just Brandi kind of blowing it out her ass, to be frank. I'm not sure.
Jen, could you speak to some of the reasons why that would or should not be done ahead of time?
I can literally think of no reason it should be done ahead of time. I mean, Miranda rights are, to give a simple explanation, Miranda rights are advised when somebody is being detained. That doesn't mean necessarily just a jail cell, to be clear, so people who don't understand. Detained can mean you're in a room and the detective is blocking a door so you don't feel comfortable leaving, or it can be as simple as a uniform presence, meaning an officer's there in front of you don't feel comfortable leaving. It can be if an officer, and this doesn't apply to this specific situation, to be clear, it can be when you get pulled over on a traffic stop and the officer has your driver's license and you're not comfortable or able to leave because they're holding your driver's license or documents, that kind of stuff. So they're given in very specific instances when there's situations where there's stuff that's going to go to court.
I just want to
just to clarify, they don't calm people down. I've never in my life experienced that, so that's really humorous to me. But they don't calm people down, just to clarify that.
And
I'm going to skip a little bit because that's when it gets... There we go.
You're good now. Okay, then for the interviews for this case, would any and everybody that they speak to regarding Michael's case be read their rights before making statements or anything like that?
No, and I would be willing to bet that when Ashley and them spoke to them, they weren't read their rights, just to confirm that.
Yeah, I was never read my rights.
Yeah, neither was last time we did the group call. Or the call, like when she had me on speaker.
Yeah, it's done for somebody who's essentially believed to be a suspect in the case or have pertinent information that's going to come up in a court case.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So,
Jen is up.
So then they go on to talk about that the phone call the interview that they had should have been recorded regardless.
Right, because he interviewed a few times where it was not recorded, right?
Well, that's what Brandi says.
Yeah.
But she does talk about the polygraphs too. If we wanted to hear that also, I don't know. That was quite a long, a long recording.
Yeah, I think we should listen to that. But first, let's touch on even the last statement right there in that message. She said, generally, it's not done unless somebody may be brought up as a suspect in a future court case. And I think that's very important to pay attention to, guys. Hello, like we're not making this up here. And Nicole and I'm sorry, Nicole and Crystal have been key players in finding out the information and doing their research in this case. Okay, a lot of us have been taken away and very much invested in the Summer Wells case. There's other cases out there, Orrin and Orson West, and but they have been in Harmony Montgomery, et cetera, but they have been totally, hands-on in this case, involved and trying to figure things out. So I think it's time that everybody, put your whatever misconceptions aside and just listen to what they have to say. She's on the phone. They get this information from law enforcement and they said, hey, one of the only times we do this is when we're about to bring somebody in that may be a suspect in an upcoming case. Guys, is that not a red flag? And it's okay to discuss this. There's no gag order on this case that I'm aware of, is there, guys? More so, like I said, a lot of times it's the people outside of law enforcement, not to say they don't do a great job themselves, they do, but a lot of stuff fall through the cracks. They have a lot of cases, guys, and there's certain things that people need to stay vigilant upon. Otherwise, things become cold cases, and they don't want this young, handsome lad who has touched their heart to become a cold case. So they're bringing up things very much relevant, and it's time everyone pays attention. So yeah, I'm gonna read maybe 5 more comments, and then we'll play the other audio that you want to play. Let me see. So Tracy says, when did law enforcement confirm an abduction? It was not confirmed.
They never have. No, they said an increased probability, but they never have said that he was abducted.
Yes, and I'm glad she specified that because I know that there is a news article somewhere that says that it was highly likely that he was abducted, but that came from the news. So the only time that law enforcement has ever addressed it possibly being an abduction is the press conference, and they said specifically that there was an increased possibility or probability, I can't remember, probability that Michael was abducted just simply because they hadn't found him and they had no proof or traces or anything. That was literally all that it was, and they only addressed it that one time.
Exactly, and probability is only a percentage, guys. So the probability is not fact; it's a guess. We want to deal with facts here, so we have to pull all the clues together until they have something solid. And so no, law enforcement never confirmed an abduction. True Crime says they have only said it is highly likely. Thank you, True Crime with Eve. That is not the same as confirming being cleared. Absolutely. Ivana says people who go after the parents are so disgusting, in my opinion. No one's going after the parents. Who's going after the parents? We're going after the truth. We are going at. Is it okay with you, Ivana, if today on March 17th, 2022, how many months has Monkey been missing, guys? How long has it been?
In 10 days, he'll be missing 8 months.
8 months. Is it okay if we just or a little bit transparent with you and to show you the red flags. Is it okay for you to see that it's something wrong when a parent doesn't go out of the way to do everything that they can to ensure that their child is found by putting an Amber Alert out there? I had, my brother was missing a couple months back, and he got into stage of a little bit of dementia. He was sick because he was not dialyzed and wind up from Georgia to Hampton, Virginia. Okay. And he wound up there. Where I was one of the people on the phones with his brother and his sister all day long trying to get not Amber Alerts. What do you call it? Whatever alerts it is, like the clear alerts. There was a few alerts that he would have qualified for. Okay. Mm-hmm. We're nearly chewing their heads off, trying to get these alerts put out there for a grown behind man in his 50s. He's not a child. He's lived his life. He's been in the military. He's came out. He's had his family. He's been through his divorce. He had his kids, right? Much less a child who's your child. We nearly chewed their heads apart. You have to issue this alert. You have to do everything possible. And you telling me that the mother, that there's no red flag, that the mother's even concerned? Of course, she's going to say something different now because we're already speaking about it, right? So she's got to touch on it now and cover up the tracks. Not saying Brandi did anything. Brandi, if you're listening to this, I'm not saying you did anything, but I'm saying that there's reason for concern, and it's nothing wrong with bringing it to the forefront. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if there's something you're not doing it right, then it's time to get it right. Just like right now, we see Candace Bly. We know it's all about her on these lives with Benny Keys. And once in a while now, she winds up bringing up Summer out of nowhere. Oh, I just want Summer back. I want my boys back. You know why? Because live after live, everyone was in the comments. Why isn't she speaking about Summer? Why isn't she speaking about Summer? Chris McDonough, same thing. Red flags for Chris McDonough. Hey, I'm not seeing her as a parent who really, it's like she has guilty knowledge here, And so now she knows to mention that in the comments. Now she knows to say something about, oh, I just want Summer back. Okay, because she's been cued already. So now here's the cues. So when you hear Brandi speaking about it in the future, guess what? We just threw out the cue. Okay? We just threw out the cue.
Absolutely.
We shouldn't have to throw out the cue because from day one, when Nicole and Crystal said something to her, she should have did everything that she possibly could to make it an Amber Alert. Is that not a reason to be concerned? To say there's only one way in and one way out of a community when a child could have snuck or somebody could have abducted the child and went, a side way. Is that not reason to bring up a red light? A red flag? There's reasons for this. And yes, it should be exposed. And don't say, oh, just let law enforcement and detectives do that. We together make the difference because law enforcement and detectives and all of that, they can fall short. We need to bring it to their attentions. And it's not always behind the scenes because behind the scenes, things could get ignored. But now they feel the pressure of public knowledge, okay? That someone knows they have their eyes on us now. We have to get this done. It doesn't turn into a cold case. Ivana, we are on the side of Monkey, all right? We are on the side of Monkey at the beginning and end of the day.
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys. I know I go on and on.
No, we love you for it. I mean, it is all the truth. It is all the truth. I can't imagine putting anyone else's feelings right now ahead of a 5-year-old child that's been missing almost 8 months, and we have no clue where he is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to say people who go after the parents are so disgusting. What if that parent, not saying that Brandi is, what if it, because we know that this has had to have happened before, where a parent was able to manipulate, right? When somebody is able to all their life, guys, you know the actors, not saying it's you, Brandi, I'm just saying that they're out there, okay? But there's some actors in life. They will have you in your emotions. You believe them. They're like, they could be an actor on Broadway, Okay.
Let's talk about Casey Anthony, right? I mean,
Exactly.
if you saw what she did, I mean, this woman straight up was telling stories about working with people at Disney World that hadn't worked there in a year.
Exactly.
She was talking about going and playing with their kids, and that person never had kids and had no clue who she was because she in her mind thought that no one was going to follow up. This is follow up, and I will say that I have worked closely with law enforcement, even back with Brian Laundrie and all the way through, and I have never, ever, ever had anyone in law enforcement ever tell me that any of my information was not wanted or needed or appreciated, or, you know, they very much can't see everything all the time. They're always looking for help. If they're not, that's when you should be worried.
Exactly. I agree. So we have reasons to raise our our antennas.
When people say that I'm going after the family, I find it laughable almost, because there was a space held the other night, the day after I spoke out, by BRANDI and the rest of the group that I was in. And the first 45 minutes of that entire spaces was them calling me out, dogging me. And when they finally let me speak 3 hours later, my response was, if I lose every one of you as a friend or / family member and it brings Michael home, then that's all that matters to me. And I said, I made a pinky promise to you back in November, December, whatever it was that I said, that I was going to not stop until your son was brought home. And I don't intend to stop until he's brought home. So I don't see how that by any means is me attacking the family when all I'm trying to do is find their son for them to make their family whole again.
She's the one that's trying to put out the Amber Alert. Remember that. It's not them. The Amber Alert is still not out to this day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me that's not
I'm also the one who looked up information for a city council meeting and pulled statistics from the NCMIC website for Amber Alerts and how they're effective, and for different statistics and percentages for abductions and stuff. And I contacted a former FBI agent who was going to fly out to Idaho and go with BRANDI to advocate for Michael to get an Amber Alert. And all she had to do was write a letter. And the day before the letter was, or all of her information was due to be processed to see if she would qualify for going, she said she couldn't do it right now.
Wow. You guys hear that? You hear that? Before you judge, stay silent and just listen. Listen to what they're saying, because they're saying an awful lot here. They're doing more than the actual parents are to receive justice for Michael, to bring my monkey home. And I just think that that's an amazing thing. You know, I think if I was in the situation as them, where I had all this information and I had, phone recordings, et cetera, there's two things that I'm going to do. Either I'm going to do what they did, what Nicole and Crystal are doing, or I probably would go with this one first. I don't know, but I would become a little bit stressed about the people that are, complaining to me, that are putting me down on social media, even though I really don't care about what people think too much, but it's heavy of those who are coming towards them and what they are accusing them of. So I would take a minute to think and reflect. And you know what? I would go to sleep one night and I probably would wake up crying, go to sleep the next night, cry myself to sleep, don't do anything. Maybe the third night again, maybe the fourth, until I wake up and I say, you know what? Forget all of them. It's about Monkey. It's about Michael Vaughn. I could care less what anybody thinks. But guess what, guys? What if I slept a day or two too long? Huh? What if in the time that I've been sleeping and I was crying and worried about what the world thinks and everybody else thinks about me and what they're calling me right now, and that was the day that I needed to bring my Monkey home or to get closure in the case, and I missed that opportunity because I took the time out to think what other people thought of me versus doing what was best in his interest,
I mean, either way for me, it was a lose-lose situation for me. So I took myself out of it, and it was what was best for Michael. That was what I prayed on for a week at least, I mean, I prayed on it for a lot longer than that, but once I actually left the group, it was a week that I prayed on it before I made my decision to speak out, because it was either way, if I don't speak out, I'm not going to forgive myself, and a lot of people are going to attack me if something goes wrong. If I do speak out, I'm going to lose these people that are close to me. So either way, it was a lose-lose for me. So it was, let's do what's best for Michael, because he's only 5 years old and he deserves to be found. He deserves to come home. And that was what was the most important to me.
And that's the best thing you guys could have done. And that's why I have Monkey in between on that thumbnail, in between you and Nicole, because it's, you guys are absolutely his angels on earth, and it's his the voice that he needs, you know, to represent him. You're doing far beyond and more, you know, what other people are doing in this case, and yet they come to judge you. You guys bring up valid points here, and there's many red flags, and you're not accusing anybody. You didn't say such and such did this or that. You're saying that, or I should say, you're not saying that they, you know, did something to Monkey. It's just the things that you see in this case is not adding up, and you bring it to the forefront, and I respect you for that. Tammy Cook says, I'm listening.
And I want to say this because I'm seeing the comments go by, and you know, Ivana, which is so interesting to me, because I feel like if we feel like we're going to take a passionate stance on something, and try to, you know, basically what we're doing here is we are once again taking the focus off of Monkey, and we're putting it on like Brandi's quote betrayal. Let me tell you something. I record everyone I speak to, especially in a case. Especially when I'm calling someone if I don't know who they are, and I don't know what kind of information I'm going to get. Haley Shell was missing. I ended up speaking to the male who had her, and thank God I was recording, because that was something that U.S. Marshals wanted to have. I don't want to address anymore the fact that Crystal recorded phone calls with Brandi, because, you know, when she started recording is when she started feeling like something was wrong. And that's the bottom line. It really doesn't matter. The fact that she recorded her shouldn't be an issue. We're spending too much time discussing the fact that she recorded her, and we're not focusing any attention on the things that she was saying. And I will say this, someone does know something. Someone does know something.
Yeah, someone does.
And pressure bursts pipes. And that is what we're seeing.
You know what? I'm so glad you said that, because I have seen so many tweets on Twitter that Brandi has reposted that says, see something, say something. I did exactly that, and now I'm being faulted for it.
Exactly. She did exactly what Brandi said, and she's being faulted for it. You know, it's easy to say, to put those posts out and see, once again, the manipulative mind, not saying it's Brandi, guys, I'm saying in general, will put things out there, especially if they're smart. Like, we're used to people that, you know, to many don't think before they do things, such as Don and Candace. And so that's simple to us to see all the red flags in those cases. Okay, it's simple. But in cases such as this, right? Not say this, but cases like the harder cases where somebody has more emotions into the situation. Like I told you guys, if Don and Candace, they could have went out and said, hey, we're going to search for Summer. Knowing, say, for instance, just to show the fact that they might not be guilty in the case, and just to win people over. All right, we know that, you know, she's to the south, so we're going to put on our boots, pretend we care, and we're going to go to north, we're going to go northeast, we're going to go northwest, but we're not touching south. Now, you could have somebody that's more manipulative, you know, and they would do something like that. We saw Candace and Don didn't really do anything. So we're like, you're automatically looking for that. And if you don't see that, then they're automatically not guilty. Our heart's with them. We're going to stick with them through this instead of sticking with the child. Somebody who has sense, they're going to go ahead. They're going to put out certain things. They're going to tell you, hey, yeah, I'm going to go do a search team. Yeah, I'm going to direct you. They're going to direct you and guide you to a certain area. They're going to say, no, let's go to this area because they know that the child's not there. I'm going to share a couple posts, a couple pictures. You know what I mean? They got a little more sense than the last case. So you got to remember that cases like that, not saying this in this case, they do exist. So all we're saying is to stay mindful of those cases. So is there anything you guys want to say before I read a few more comments or no?
I want to thank you for your passion. Truly. I'm thoroughly impressed. I can hear your dedication to wanting to know what happened to Michael and where he is. We can hear
I just keep sitting over here thinking YouTube needs the emojis like Twitter Spaces has. Because they keep wanting to hit like hundreds and hearts and they're not here.
Same.
Yeah, we don't have any of that over here. We're a little bit more boring on the boring side.
No, I agree with Nicole. I love the passion that you have because that's exactly what I feel, and I can feel it from you. And I'm sitting over here like so I don't interrupt wanting to hit all these hearts and stuff, and they're not there. And I'm getting irritated over here.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you guys the same. You guys are really the champions out there, fighting for justice for Michael. And you hear when I speak about it too. Sometimes it's hard for me to stay calm. So then I'm gonna trip over my words. I'm gonna stumble because it's like all this fire within me, and I have to get it out because, guys, we are truly passionate for Michael Vaughn, and we have not. And they have not, especially Nicole and Crystal, have not said that Brandi is guilty of anything. Tyler is guilty of anything. We're just putting out stuff that you need to pay attention to. It's merely that. And you can't fault that, If you don't like it, then move on. But for the people who want to hear, then we're here for you. So
can I state something really quickly because I just read a comment?
Sure.
So I have never made this about me. It's always been about Michael. And I am in a one consent state, and Idaho is also a one consent state. So me recording those conversations is in no way illegal. I've already spoken to detectives on Michael's case personally and to the FBI, and nothing I did was against the law.
And guys, you got to know that there are also apps that you can download on Play Store every day, and a lot of people have them, where you can record calls. And in a case like this, where there's a missing kid involved, why not? Who's it going to benefit at the end of the day? And if something comes up that's an eye-opener, then it's to help out in the case, period. Okay? So.
And something funny that I see is people... law enforcement is in the chat and there are people arguing over...
I haven't scrolled down yet. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, and there are people arguing over law enforcement things with someone who actually knows what they're talking about. And it's just silly to me. It's just absolutely silly to me.
What are they saying about law enforcement things? Leave this up to the law enforcement.
So there's comments. Okay. There's comments about that if he failed 2 polygraphs, he'd be arrested, which is nonsense. Simply because those are voluntary.
Polygraphs are not admissible in court, so he would not.
Correct.
Now you need to check my heartbeat.
Okay, go get it. And the other one was, let's see. It was just interesting to me. I was watching it scroll by, and then a couple names caught my eye, and I was like, why are we? Again, we don't know who we're talking to at any point in time. We're on social media. Oh, there's a chicken in there.
I love what Moxie just said. Respectfully, oh my God, she said it over an hour and 15 minutes ago. Respectfully, nobody is going after the parents. We are correcting untrue information. Are you still there?
Yeah, and so okay, blood pressure. And so something else, it's funny because we're not saying that anybody did it in particular. Did what? Just like Brandi's comment in that phone call about, Tyler did not do this. Well, do what? There's people in the chat saying the father did it. What is it? We don't know what happened to him.
Right.
So if anybody's making any type of accusations, I can assure you it's not us. We're just putting all the information out there and letting people draw their own conclusions. But
a big
sorry.
Here. Now
Ray Porter 55 says parents family is going after these ladies with threats. So the parents family is going after Nicole and Crystal with threats.
It's not just their families. I'm getting threatened by Brandi herself too.
Yeah.
She says it's not a threat when she texts. She makes sure to say this is not a threat, but it most definitely is a threat when you're threatening me with a lawyer. And then I ask you, what exactly do I need a lawyer for? And then I give you ample amount of time to respond, and you don't respond. So do you not know what I need a lawyer for?
I want to know why you would get a lawyer to go after people, pointing out facts and specifics of your area, what's true and what's not true with regard to things that happen protocol-wise with law enforcement. Okay. Why would you hire a lawyer to do that? Yet it's now 8 months later and we're not hiring a private investigator to find our 5-year-old. Almost 6-year-old. Why are we wasting our time doing that?
That's disturbing. Great point. That they would hire a lawyer to go. Crystal fell out. She'll probably be back shortly. But that they would hire an attorney to go after you guys, but not a private investigator. It's a little red flag.
Or a lawyer for yourself after you openly admit that you and your boyfriend read your Miranda rights, and then people in that space suggested that she get legal representation and explain to her again what it means to have your rights read to you, and that legal representation would protect her, him, and their family, their other children.
Wow.
And the comment back, and I've, again, there's screen recordings, but nothing that I say is just stuff I'm pulling out of my butt. My heartbeat sounds fine. Thank goodness.
Using a stethoscope.
She said, why would we need?
There's a chicken in your belly.
Why would we need legal representation? We ain't got nothing to hide.
Right.
And then, again, it was said, that's not, we're not saying that. I mean, people that are innocent get lawyers all the time. Right. It's just a matter of an attorney guiding you on, now you've been made aware that what you say can be used against you.
Right.
It would truly, it would be logically, that would be the first thing that I would do. So again, the fact that we're going after people, I know this is not the first time. Like her saying this to Crystal's not the first person that she has tried to get in trouble, like with the law, unsuccessfully,
right.
with regard to what they're saying. I mean, it's just,
Crystal has freedom of speech.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
I want to say I do have it here. I probably could play it, but if we need to go back on that. But there was a point the audio of Brandi speaking to oh no, I can pull up the audio if need be, but she was speaking to Chris McDonough prior to the interview, and Chris McDonough asked her, did Tyler pass the polygraph test, the lie detector test? She stated, well, he felt the first one, and the second one, yes. She said yes, guys. And then during that same conversation, less than a minute later, he kind of rephrased it, and she said, well, the second time they said you don't have to come back. Right? You'll never have to do this again. You'll never have to do this again. Guys, it was less than a minute later. He kind of rephrases it, and she said, well, he said, so did they say he passed the lie detector test? And she's said no. She basically said no. That was my video this morning. I have it if you guys want to go ahead and rewatch it later, but it's another one that I posted today, March 17th, and you'll hear. So it was some deception there. And once again, that draws another red flag. Why would you say that they said he passed the second test when they never said that at all? No reason to be concerned, Ivana?
And to be clear, those recordings, Brandi knew I was taking those recordings because she was afraid that he was recording, because he kept saying, if any of this gets leaked, you'll know where it came from. So she took a bathroom break, and I told her, I said, I'm actually recording this for you. And she's like, I love you. Thank you. So she knew those were being recorded.
So there you go.
There you go, folks. There you go. Andy says it is classed as an abduction, even if the parents have done something, and stranger abduction if it's not the parents. Okay, I don't know. So I don't know if you guys know the answer to that, but they're saying it's classified as an abduction. Well, clearly it's not. I would say that it's not because of the police saying it's a probability. It's a high probability. So how is it classified as a high probability if it's either it is or it's not at this stage? So I don't know that that's correct, Andy, according to what the police have said. All right, I'm gonna try to breeze through. Hold on. Ellie did not confirm an abduction ever. Thanks for Tammy says preach TMG. Thank you, Tammy. Gemini says, oh my God, this is shocking. We need the truth for Michael. And that's what I said. Gemini looks like they're just finding out this information. And it's because of you, Crystal, and it's because of you, Nicole. And I wouldn't have found out either myself, if it had not been for you, So, I mean, what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing, because there are people that are listening. There are people that are watching. There are people that are going to be more attentive now. Mallory Young says, welcome everyone. Give this video a thumbs up, subscribe, and hit the bell button for future notifications. Yes, guys, please do like this live. Reporter 55 says, in my opinion, they kind of are acting like Candace and Don. Because as some people are able to see things, it's challenging for some, because we're used to the bold in your face things that Candace and Don does, and this might not be so apparent to others. But for some people are great readers. So possibly, Reporter 55 has a point. Brianna says, amen. Yet I don't see Candace threatening people. Just saying. Okay. Yeah, isn't that something? Everybody's on Candace's butt. And as bad as she is, no, I can't say that I've seen her threaten anybody. Not at all. Even the protesters, Hills on the Ground team, all of that. We didn't see her come out there. And I said that I wouldn't be shocked if she did, but she didn't. Okay, Andy, I love that. Being honest and asking questions is not going after the parents. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. Brianna says, except she isn't aggressive to people. If someone wants to get on the panel and speak, let me know. Millennial Phoenix says Kat's abduction claim is based on FPD's. That's the lady that I played her video, her 2-3 minute video earlier during the live. That was spewing a little negativity towards Nicole and Crystal. That's Kat that they're talking about. Kat's abduction claim is based on Fruitland Police Department's outdated and deleted November press conference when they said there was an increased probability of abduction, but also that all options were still on the table. Millennial, thank you for posting that. Clearly, Kat did not see that part. They didn't see what came up after also. I'm glad she got that.
Well, wouldn't it have been more effective to pull up that actual update?
It would have been.
I mean, if you're referencing it,
it
right?
would have been. Absolutely. Okay. But we see she did not. SB says that's absolutely ridiculous of her to say the parents are the victims here. Monkey is the only victim in this. He's the little boy that's missing. Thank you, SB. So we see a lot of people definitely have you guys' back. A lot of them you probably are already familiar with from your platform on Twitter. Danielle says, I like this. Like Summer, I'm sorry, guys, I don't have my glasses on still. I feel like Summer was really taken by someone, but this Michael boy was killed by his father or mother. Okay. Ivana says, at SB, I have open mind. I just prefer not to speculate. I like facts. So we're giving you facts. We've given you recordings as well. We're giving you information. We're letting you know that, hey, she's not doing anything. She could do something simple and there would be an Amber Alert put out on Michael Vaughn. Yet she has not done it. So Crystal and Nicole are doing what it takes to get that Amber Alert initiated. That's the hard, cold stone facts. That's the facts. What would you do? Okay. But thanks for keeping an open mind. Gemini says they shifted the focus from the kids. Yes. Yeah, that's true. I think that's something that all these cases are doing lately is that they're shifting the focus from the kids. Brianna says, Danielle, the more I see, the more I am wondering. I'll read 2 more comments and I think I just have 2 more questions for you guys. But let's see. Dope Soul says, justice for Michael demands immense struggle and hard work. Simply define the truth. It shouldn't be a fight to speak truth for him. Okay. Abduction was not even mentioned in the last January update, and Fruitland Police Department said that every possibility was still be carefully considered. Thank you, Millennial. You guys listen to Millennial Phoenix, please. Tammy says, Ivana, the facts come right out of Brandi's mouth if you just go listen. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for participating. And regardless of your views, thank you for commenting. Let's see. So I'm going back to my questions. I think I only have a couple more, 2 or 3. Okay. Did FBI get involved hands-on in this case yet? If not, what do you feel is preventing them?
Oh, yes. I would even be willing to say probably more so now than before.
Okay. Okay. So was Brandi pushing for them to get involved with this case?
So I don't know 100%.
Okay.
I know they got called in. I know that we had a discussion several months later,
Mommy,
regarding the fact that they were
That
they were basically just a
Mommy,
there for resources.
Which dinosaur you like?
Whichever one you like. They were there for resources, but I think now they've stepped in a little bit more.
Oh, say that one more time at the end. What did you say at the end?
I said, I think, but here recently they've stepped in a little more. The more information that they get that bypasses Fruitland Police, like I know anything I send goes straight to FBI. It does not. I do not call Fruitland Police.
Right. So there's
So-
a lot of sensitive information that you guys have already sent to the FBI, right? That you are not discussing on my live, anybody's live, because it's that sensitive that you don't want it to affect the case, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And just for future reference, like any and everything that has been recorded, like ever, any conversations, text messages, all that stuff, it's already been to FBI. Before I ever posted the very first little clip. So they have literally everything. But things do get clipped out because there are certain things that are sensitive, that I would never make public. And I've spoken to Crystal about it after I've had a couple conversations to be clear that we know that those are things that can't get out. So if people want to give flack about the calls being like trimmed down, to assume that they are things that would have painted a better picture is naive and wrong.
Right.
So FBI gets it first. At least you know they have it, as opposed to hoping that FPD is communicating with them and giving them everything that they are receiving. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. So for those who think that Crystal and Nicole are out there just giving away everything involved in this case and all the sensitive material to the public, you're absolutely wrong. See, there's stuff that they know should never, ever be shared with the public. It's confidential, and you won't have access to that unless it goes to trial and whatever, and you won't know that it was Crystal or Nicole who gave them that evidence, but they have it in their hand right now to work on the case, to seek justice for Michael Vaughn. You know, what else is Brandi bringing to the case? What else is she showing? Maybe she's giving them information as well. I don't know. But what I do know is Crystal and Nicole is doing it. What I do know is Crystal and Nicole is pushing for him to get an Amber Alert. And if he does get an Amber Alert, it's going to be because of these two women that a lot of people are sitting here judging. How about you go ahead and judge that? I adore.
And I want to say there's a large group of people on Twitter who have been tagging, adding, sending emails, writing letters to congressmen and governors and basically any and everybody. There's an entire list, and they've been pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing for an Amber Alert. And I know at one point the morale of the group got very low and slowed down a lot because they felt like, you know, we can carry you to a certain point, but then it's up to you to, you know, we're over here. There's only so much we can do as strangers on the internet.
Right.
Which isn't necessarily true. I mean, if you look at Noah and Amber, that was a total shitstorm. Most especially because it was known that they were with their father and uncle.
Right.
Well, their uncle / father. I mean, he was one to one and one to the other. So that was incredibly difficult, and it slowly with pressure, and again, pressure bursts pipes. It finally took, I think the straw that broke the camel's back absolutely was the fact that I was one of probably 100 people that were calling that local police department from both states.
Right.
And I happened to get the old man captain that like wasn't supposed to pick up the phone, but like everybody else was busy. And his statements aided us in getting higher alerts, and it just kept going up and up and up and up until finally, you know, it was issued, and then they were found. So
right.
His pipe was cracked and you busted it.
What is it?
I said his pipe was cracked and you busted it.
As soon as he picked up the phone, such a, you know, a good old boy accent, I thought, I don't know. it
Right.
kind of seems like you were told not to pick up the phone, sir. Like he didn't care what he was saying, you know.
And so they did it. And because
They did it.
exactly, you guys are amazing. You're amazing.
And their family. I mean, Noah and Amber's family did absolutely absolutely everything. Met anyone that we suggested, was going with lawyers down to police stations trying to get things issued. You know, there were certain sensitive pieces of information involved in that case that they were, I don't want to say embarrassed about, but they were very sensitive, and they chose to put that information out there because their uncomfortability as a family and what their family would look like was not as important as getting the kids home in a safe environment, which we did later find out was very unsafe. So thank God for, you know, I think it was like a week.
Right.
And it felt like the longest week ever. I cried for days afterwards. I know a lot of people did.
I'm sure.
I literally cannot praise that family enough. I can't. Like, they are amazing, just like Gabby Petito's family are amazing.
Wow.
What they did when their child was missing and what they continue to do now that their child has been found is amazing.
A lot. Yeah, they even had the foundation started. So
yeah, exactly.
So another amazing story. Thank you guys for your continuous work in these cases. Yeah. I'm still in chills over this. So thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention so they know a little bit more about you and what you have done, your history in this field. I see True Crime with Eve. She just donated. Thank you, True Crime. It says, thank you all for being so strong and amazing for Michael Vaughn, and never stop when it's for the right reasons, right? And she put the right reasons in caps because that's going to be your Facebook page, right, Nicole? The Right Reasons.
Yeah, and that's the YouTube channel too.
Yeah. And I will highlight it when I come across it. I'm looking on my phone. That's why I was able to see it. But I'll highlight that. Thank you. All right. So I'm back in the StreamYard. So let's see. If you guys want me to wrap this up right now, I will. If you want me to go down the comments some more, and I'll do that as well. Do you guys have a little bit more time, or do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. So we'll go down because I'm interested in seeing what people have to say. Okay. Tammy Cook says, Ivana, the facts come right out of Brandi's mouth if you just go listen. Great. Exactly. That's somebody who's listening. Tammy Cook. She's paying attention. I can tell. Brianna B. Do you guys know Tammy from your space? Nicole and Crystal?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Right. And Brianna B says, I need to put my Twitter name as my name here.
I only know her by her picture. That's how I knew who she was.
Same.
Bonnie says, Brandi having a hashtag for herself is disturbing. What? To me, when her actual child is missing. She has a hashtag to herself? I didn't know that.
I don't think Brandi made that herself. I think somebody else made that for Brandi. She's not that tech savvy.
Yeah, okay. Andy says, if the dad did something, it is still classified as an abduction. SB says, I saw the hashtag for Brandi. It's pathetic. Sounds like something Candace Bly would do. I'm sorry to mix these cases all together sometimes, in the end, but sometimes you see certain similarities. And once again, she's not really tech savvy, so she might not do something like that. But, during her lives, I see her speak mostly about herself versus her child, which I feel that's why Brandi had gained compassion from others, because we see where she has actually spoken about her child. But yeah, you just have to keep on alert no matter what is out there, because things are not always as it seems. Although to Crystal and Nicole, things are a lot clearer than to a lot of us. Well, I know you guys who were on Twitter, you guys have seen it transparently or more transparently than us on YouTube have. We are just figuring this stuff all out lately. So thank you guys. Jake Halpern says hashtag, oh goodness. Okay. So Danielle says, you two are true friends. You guys know something is up with this case. Good for you. The dad did it and the mom doesn't believe it. Okay. I'm gonna say this, guys. I didn't want to bring this to this live, and I'm not gonna look into it. And I didn't really look into this case, like I said, intuitively and with the psychic reading really yet or any of that. And this we want to base on the facts alone, because that's the most important thing. But I might add, right before I came on, I just pulled a couple cards and it was showing me denial. Like I said, you're free to take it or leave it. It's okay with me. I understand, because we want to base this off of facts. But I did see that somebody's in denial. That's what it appeared to be to me. So anyway,
I will say this from my perspective, just from, seeing on camera and stuff. Tyler is very conservative, very quiet, and very loving as a father. I will say that. I've never even heard the man raise his voice. Now that's on camera. Sometimes people can be different on camera or off camera than they are on camera. But from what I've seen, I've never heard him raise his voice on camera, and I've never seen him be mean to any of his children at all.
Right. Do you what are your thoughts on him not, both Crystal and Nicole Marie, what are your thoughts on him not speaking during this case? Him not like having a public face for Monkey?
We as a group, when I was in the Facebook group, have tried to get him to speak. We've, kind of tried to tell him, like, look, it would probably be a good thing, like, Brandi shouldn't have to do all this on her own. She is a mom who's hurting, and, she tries to put on this tougher than she is act, especially with like her emotions and stuff. And, a lot of us in the group were upset that she was facing all of this alone and that he wasn't at least just sitting next to her during it, And I understand that they have, children and they have to be taken care of, and somebody had to be doing that. But they could have, set something up on, both of their day off when kids were in school or something, and set something up so that he could be there to at least show moral support for her in a sense.
Right.
So I feel like he should say, he ultimately was the one that was there that day. Brandi wasn't. And she's answering all the questions and she wasn't there. And that's where I think a lot of the confusion is coming in. And I think, ultimately he should speak out and say something and not let it lay all on Brandi's shoulders.
Right. And I've heard a lot more about that recently within the last few days, about, people questioning why hasn't he spoken? Why isn't he speaking out? Do you think because people are looking and watching now, and that's actually brought up in conversation, that it's going to affect him in a way where he does speak out, where he grabs the mic and, lets people know what his story is?
Oh, no. I don't think we'll ever hear from Tyler now.
Okay. All right. It may have actually closed him down more than put him in the shell.
I'm almost positive it did.
Okay.
Well, and we have to keep in mind, maybe Tyler is not saying anything and won't say anything because he's been read his Miranda rights.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't want to speak or answer any questions in a way that he thinks that he'll get in trouble. You know, as for public scrutiny and things like that, my son's gone for 8 months. I do not care what anybody has to say. And it feels like if it hadn't happened in December and he'd been missing since July, I don't think that any of this has anything to do with it. If there was going to be a public plea, I feel terrible and I can't believe this, but whoever has my son or whatever happened to my son, or if someone sees my son, please bring him home, or please call. It's not been that. So I'm not buying that it has anything to do with what people are saying right now, because to be quite honest, apart from the 2 or 3 recordings that came out, the only other time I've mentioned Tyler was when I said that my platform was only going to have a place for him, for his voice at this point.
Right.
Otherwise, it's Michael only, because too much attention has drifted in the wrong direction.
Right.
And so it's like I can't come up with any reasonable explanation at this point at 8 months why anything that anyone says would stop you, especially when it hadn't happened before. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, he's not our son, and look at us and all the threats we've gotten.
Oh, absolutely.
I know at this point, I feel like I would be, from day one, I would want an Amber Alert put out. Like I said, we were out there trying to put every alert out on a, 54, 55-year-old grown man. So if it was a child, come on. So, I'm just thinking by now, it would definitely be an outcry of wanting that immediate alert. And so that is something that also catches me off guard. Why wouldn't she want that alert put out there?
Is it possible? Can we get Ivana up here on panel?
Ivana, would you like to come on panel? Hold on. I'll put the link on my mods. If it goes up in the live too much, can you copy this link and paste it back, just so people can see it? I don't see what she's saying yet. I'm just here on Danielle's comment where she said the debt. Okay, I'm gonna leave that right there for people to view. And now NMD says no searches for Michael since November 2021. Why? Do you guys know why there hasn't been any more searches for Michael?
She said that was their kind of final, to be sure. Her wording was that was their final ground search in that neighborhood, to be sure that they didn't miss something of him.
Do you know if she's pushing for another search somewhere?
I would say no, since I did offer to organize that, and we had somebody from EquiSearch that had reached out to her previously, not reached out to her previously, but it had all been done. Now there is some type of loophole.
Mommy, now you're the tuna.
I'm a tuna. One would be if a landowner contacted them and requested that their property be searched. And I do believe that it would still have to be approved by law enforcement, but that's one potential. And then someone brought up another organization that she works with that we may be able to get someone to do searches. But my question is why was the final search done in November at all? But why was it done just in their neighborhood? Why are they only searching in the neighborhood? The only other search outside of the neighborhood that was a ground search was in Weiser.
Well, and it seems like she's not pushing them to search anywhere else. As a mom, I'm going to want them to search outside of my neighborhood, even outside of my city or township, if need be. Let's try the whole county if possible. If we could go outside of the county, even better. But don't you guys think that draws some red flags? Ivana, I know she had a lot to say in the chat before, but I think we have, like I said in my videos, I have a case about the Millbrook twins. They have been missing since 1990. Was it March 18th of 1990? Jeanette and Danette Millbrook, they were 15 years old, right? We're 32 years later, and they're, it wasn't investigated good, but their family is still pushing. The mom is pushing. Their sister is pushing for people to come back out there and search again. 32 years later, it hasn't even been a year later, and it seems like, they're okay with the final search efforts. You should never be okay with it. We have the what's the other case? I love talking about these cases because it's some cases that I really want to see resolved. We have the Springfield 3 case, right, where Janice McCall is still looking for her daughter Stacy McCall, right? Susie, Stacy, and they're missing. They're still missing since 1991. And this is decades later. This is 3 decades later, and they're pushing for more search efforts. So why in less than a year the mom is not pushing for more search efforts? And why is she okay? Not saying that she did anything, guys, here. I'm just questioning things. And it's okay to question things, and you should be questioning things. Why is she not okay with the maximum effort being put out on this case now, today, as soon as possible? It's things to question here, guys. There's red flags here. All right, so I'm sorry, guys. I know it's late and you want to go to sleep, but I had to bring that up. I know you said was asking if Ivana wanted to go on panel. I don't know what she's been saying down the chat, but I did clip the message to the chat. Did she chime in whether or not she wants to be on panel?
Yeah, she said she or he said no. So
they declined.
I'm gonna assume with the level of trying to consistently draw this.
Find out when I started recording.
When you started recording, I mean, in the beginning, there was a lot of leading, trying to get us to admit that we are law enforcement when we're not, because that's illegal. So there's something going on there. It's not appreciated. And I don't know. I won't say who I think it is, but
I'll say this.
I would say at this point, they should be happy that it was recorded. How about that? At this
I'll
point,
say this. One of the girls in my group recorded before I did. If that makes you feel any better, whoever you are, somebody recorded Brandi before I started recording Brandi.
It's not about making anybody feel better. Why do we care? Why do we care that Brandi was recorded? Why is that a thing? What about what was said? What about the things that you don't know were said? Because they won't ever be public.
Yeah, what about the information and the red flags that were given to the FBI that they are researching that's highly sensitive material that Nicole and Crystal did not share? How about that? True Crime with Eve wants to come up. There you go. Hello, True Crime with Eve.
Hello, lovelies. How are you guys?
Good. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I was so excited when I saw your tweet about the live and giving these girls not only the platform to do so, but the confidence that there are people on YouTube who are invested in you guys. So thank you for doing this for them.
Thank you. And thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to say,
coming here and helping me out.
Sure. No, I know. Like, it's nerve-wracking and kind of, I'm not saying that I'm scared. It's just, it's nerve-wracking to see how fast the reactions were without anyone proving what they were saying against these beautiful women.
Right.
They're not even looking at the information. And it's alarming that that's the precedence. We see it in the Summer Wells case, obviously. So what I was really wanting to say about EquiSearch and any searches regarding a missing child, the whole point is that the evidence, if there is something to be found, you want law enforcement approved searches, because let's just say they go to court for whoever they may find did this. It's less questionable if a approved search from law enforcement. They're not going to be questioned about the evidence as much as Joe Blow doing their own investigation. You saw it in the Casey Anthony case. EquiSearch looked for Kaylee Anthony and missed the remains, but the guy who found them was a worker, a city worker. I can't remember.
Right. It's been
and they picked him apart. They picked him apart and tried to get evidence thrown out, and that it was of no use because he messed with it. He contaminated the evidence. So I kind of wanted to make everyone kind of think about that as much as we would love to have anyone search, that's kind of why it's so important that professionals or someone working with law enforcement clear them. It's about the evidence.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's important.
Even though I want to go right now and look for Michael in every abandoned mine in Idaho. I want to go look everywhere.
Right.
That's what I want to do. But I know that if I would be picked apart if I were to, in fact, find something or someone that's not approved by law enforcement, and I just wanted to just make that a thought.
Do you think it's good, and does it happen necessarily where both they have something like EquiSearch and just volunteers both go out there and everybody's searching together? Like, is that allowed at the same time simultaneously?
I'm sorry, you broke up. What was that?
Oh, I said, so is it allowed simultaneously for in law enforcement to do the search the same time that the volunteers are doing the search?
Absolutely. So the biggest reason why EquiSearch asks for help is because they don't have the manpower, more so on the ground. And they might be doing, like you saw in the Summer Wells case, Dave Rader went on Judy Ron and explained some of the things. They had the cadaver dog team, then they had drones, and then they had people on the ground with EquiSearch while they were patrolling the area, making sure that the area was clear, no traffic was coming through. So yes, most times they are working together during the search. Yes.
Okay, good. I wanted to bring up, I see Cindy Fisher's comment. She said, if they were cleared, why were Miranda rights given last month? I think that's a great point, because they weren't cleared, right?
They've never been cleared. It's only been stated that they've been fully cooperative.
Right.
Can we address, and I'm not going to say who, and I don't ever want to start drama, but there was a comment said that about the Miranda rights that it's not a big deal. They just cover their basis, and that that they would have known about that in July about the Miranda rights. Does anybody have any comments on that particular statement today? I'm sure some of the girls on panel know what I'm talking about, but I don't understand that theory.
So I played a clip, the same clip that I played on your live last night, to kind of explain that for people. But then on top of it, to think that that immediately they would have been read their Miranda rights, all that says is that they were looking for Michael. That was the focus. They didn't have enough of a reason to. They did not have enough of a reason to assume that there was going to be anything that was going to turn into a court case where they felt as though they needed to read the rights to the parents to make them aware that stuff that they would say would be used in a court case. The fact that he failed 2 polygraphs, BRANDI has refused to take one, and I say that with confidence after I had her specify exactly what happened, because the whole I don't need to take one because they know where I was, that's nonsense. It's
Can you
flat out
read it?
nonsense, and I'll call it out right now.
Read it.
So
Yeah, and we are basing Brandi's information as truth until it conflicts with other information from law enforcement and herself. By the way,
yeah. Yeah, and again, so if you look at everything as a whole, they did a bunch of searches. We don't know what they have found. She wouldn't take a poly.
Don't break this, Mommy. Don't break it like this. Don't break it.
The nanny was not asked to take another. She had one. Tyler failed his. And then February 17th was when he was read his rights. Now, I'm not sure when Brandi was read her rights. I was not expecting her to throw that out there in the conversation. So I don't know if it was before or after. But the fact of the matter is you can't, you know, to me, it's more interesting that in February, 7.5 months after their child went and disappeared, they're then getting their rights read. So that's really, that argument is lost on me, because if anything, it makes it appear worse to me.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
Bare minimum questionable, right?
Absolutely. It should have been read from the beginning if that was the case. Again, a valid statement. Danielle says, I'm so obsessed with all these channels. I've been trying to find updates on Michael and Summer for so long. I hope they both get justice. I'm 30 years old and wish I became a cop to help more. Yeah. And, you know, Summer's case has been getting a lot more, and I talk about her case all the time too, because I have my viewers that come on, you know, nightly to to hear about the case and what's going on. And unfortunately, it's, you know, more about the parents than anything else and what's going on with them, distracting the case. But the Michael Vaughan's case has not been as, I mean, it's a high profile case. Don't get me wrong, but it has not been given the energy that Summer's been given. And also, I believe one of the reasons too is that there weren't as much red flags for it. Now, some of you guys would say you read into this case better and you could see from day one or month 1 or month 5 that it was something wrong in this case. That's awesome. But there's still a great amount of people who did not see what you saw. And so they were just praying to find Michael Vaughn in the end, and felt that the family would, they felt that the family had nothing to do with this case. So because of that, Summer Wells' case was also given more publicity than Michael. So I'm hoping that this also turns the tide where more YouTubers and, you know, just going in with the facts, but also bring attention and awareness to this case, and give whatever information you do have or come across to law enforcement. So,
and I want to clear something up for the chat, and I still would happily talk to Ivana or anybody really that would be willing to come up here on panel, because I feel like
I'm gonna drop the panel link again.
Okay. So regarding Brandi and the polygraph, okay.
Mommy, I know one about this dinosaur.
Okay, 1 second. Regarding her and the polygraph, she said that she, and again, this is recorded. She said that she did not have to take a polygraph because, or they didn't ask her to take a polygraph because they knew exactly where she was and she was at work. I'm here to tell you that asking if she would be willing to take a polygraph would not just have been about her whereabouts that evening or her location. It would have been several things. Just because she wasn't present, if she wasn't present in the home when Michael went missing, does not mean that she would have no knowledge of potentially something to do with his disappearance. So to say that they knew where I was, it is not something that would like disqualify you from being offered a poly. Okay. Right. And secondly, so then when I asked her about this again, she said that people were they were calling, I guess, down to the police station wanting to know why she hadn't taken a polygraph, which I really don't even know that that's true. I've not yet heard anybody say that I don't know that would be important at this point. And she said that she went down there and said, just give me one. I'll take a poly right now. And law enforcement told her she did not have to. And they didn't give her one. And I literally repeated back to her what she said. And she said, no, honey, you're twisting my words. So then I said, I'm just trying to understand again. Are you saying that you offered to take a polygraph and law enforcement told you that you did not have to take one and then refused to give you one? And she said, yeah. So keep in mind that when she answered the first time, she was keeping in mind the fact that she was not going to lie.
Right.
But she then confirmed the same thing I had said right before that, and said in a public space that she tried to take a polygraph and law enforcement denied her that, which I'll say would be absolutely shocking.
Yeah, because they use that for an investigative tool.
Correct. It would be absolutely shocking, and she should hope that it's true. She should hope that that's the truth, because when it's asked about, did you say that we refused to give you a polygraph and that you tried to voluntarily submit to one, which is all they are.
And I to add on to that, guys, like as a big picture, the mass amounts of misinformation going out against anyone who speaks out of the norm that's going on of automatic loyalty, which I can appreciate because feelings are strong. We have had a lot of tragic missing child cases that have not been solved, and a lot of people want that case, that hero case, a good news case where it really is an abduction.
Right.
All right. But feelings are not going to help spread truth. And we need to not be afraid of people who are not even listening to the information out there. Do not be persuaded. Otherwise,
I have to say, I agree with you completely and wholeheartedly with that, because with this case, Brandi's case, that's exactly how I was feeling. It was such a relief. I'm like, this seems to be the only family in almost a year that's not involved in the disappearance of their child. Not to say she is, guys. I'm just saying there's red flags now. So I'm like, oh my God. So it was like a breath of fresh air, like finally. And then for this to come to the surface, it's like, no, you can't, But then as you listen to your spaces and you listen to the information that you have, no matter how you got it, it really doesn't matter, because it's in the best interest of Michael that we're transparent and things aren't adding up. And it's like, oh my God, something's wrong here. Because if I'm a mother of a missing child, I want you to know every exit in my development, anywhere somebody can abduct my child, I'm going to want to put out an Amber Alert immediately. I think they would have to lock me up, because I probably would be standing in front of the police station like a mad woman, crazy, screaming and crying. And like, you have to put this alert out there. My child is missing. I'm not going to be able to sleep without it. They would have to drag me from the steps, from the precinct steps. So, for all of this to be exposed, it's like, wow. So I completely get what you're saying, and I agree with you. A lot of people are looking to that. This is the case where finally the parents have no clue about what went on. Guys, everything isn't always as it appears. NMD says, Brandi said the Miranda rights conversation that she has a plan B. Why does she need a plan B? Does anybody know?
I'd like to know what plan A is.
Good question.
I was just about to say that.
I mean, what's the plan? I have heard Brandi praise the police department. I have heard Brandi say that the police department can't live in this all the time, that they have families and children that they need to go home to. They can't like be doing this nonstop all day, every day. They have a community. They have jobs.
Right.
So, which I just wouldn't care. I would absolutely not care. I couldn't imagine it at 7 months saying, no, it's never been confirmed that he was seen by neighbors.
Nicole, do you know if there's any advocacy rights? Because I know that there's a difference in what is offered when an Amber Alert is given versus an endangered missing person. Because the Amber Alert never went off for Michael, correct? Or did it expire? Wasn't there one, or has there never been?
No, he's never had an Amber Alert.
Never. Okay, because of the criteria not being met.
Which is interesting. So I spoke to Jennifer Coffendoffer about this, and she said that what was interesting about that is this endangered missing child, this code red alert that was issued, the criteria, she said, is exactly the same. So she's like, that's kind of why I was pushing not why, but that was a big portion of why I was pushing, because I didn't understand if the criteria is the same for both, how can he either meet one and not meet the other, or did we just so an additional thing to an Amber Alert, the point of an Amber Alert is to get it out there, and the intention and the thought behind it is that it will help to find a missing person quickly, very quickly. It's not intended to be set and then be set for a year. It does happen. I mean, there are Amber Alerts that are set for a long time. But I'm curious, and this is just me questioning this, because I wasn't aware that the criteria was the same until she sent it to me. Is it possible?
Neither was I.
Yeah. Is it possible that they needed to set out an alert to put his picture and name out there, but did not feel that it was something that needed to be across states or across the country? Is it something that they thought would be more effective? Like, did they issue it because they thought it would be effective because they thought that he was close? You see what I'm saying?
I did find something out today while I was researching the difference between endangered missing child versus Amber Alert. First of all, the difference is that endangered missing advisory, it's called something different in Idaho. It depends on the state. They also cover adults too. Amber Alert does not, right? I also learned from the missingchildren.org's website that there are primary and secondary alert systems that law enforcement has to promote that missing endangered person. Those secondary sources were used that an Amber Alert would have used as well. I verified that, and I'm making a video of it. So some of those secondary sources were used. but not the Amber Alert in itself, because there was not enough information about the abduction if it was in fact one. However, there is a missing child right now, a 2-year-old, I believe, and I can't remember his name. It just popped up earlier, where they don't have the information either. But they went ahead and put out the Amber Alert. That's kind of something that it makes me feel like there is some information that we as the public do not know and will not know for a reason.
Of
And that
course.
information, whatever it is the key to why they didn't do that Amber Alert.
I
Now,
agree.
everybody who is on the team of misinformation that the parents are cleared, they will try to convince you that there's other reasons why the Amber Alert did not go off for Michael. But they cannot know for a fact, and neither can we, because of that information. And it's that simple.
You're 100% correct. I agree.
Yep.
I'll tell you right now, I guarantee you that Brandy did not know that the Amber Alert criteria is the same as the Code Red Alert criteria. And if she does hear this YouTube video, she's going to be really upset. Because
Why?
I know she has been really upset and wanted this Amber Alert. I will say that. She didn't push for it like she should have, but she did want it.
Yeah, whatever morning I texted you and said I had just got off the phone with her, that was when she said, Jennifer Coffendorfer said that what had confused her this entire time was the fact that the criteria was exactly the same, and she couldn't understand how he would meet one and not meet the other. Or if it was, that he didn't meet either, that he didn't meet them at all, and that is the case, but they felt that one would help locate him and one would not. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because if he met the endangered child alert criteria, then he would have met the Amber Alert criteria, right? So if he didn't, if they were going off of criteria alone, there would be no type of alert for him that was set at all, right? I mean, if we're thinking about it logically.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And I would, and this is another reason why I said a while ago, I think we should be putting our information with your information, and maybe together we could find Michael a lot sooner.
Exactly. I agree.
It's been over 8 months.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this, I couldn't tell you how many times in the chat, in the group calls. Time is not on our side. It is not on Michael's side at this point.
I agree.
Every single missing persons organization within the federal government and the state government specifically states that time is of the essence in one way or another. And I really advise people to look at your state, like the criteria, because it is different in every state regarding the endangered missing person. They call it different names, but the gist of it is the endangered missing person alert, which is not the Amber Alert. And again, those two big differences are key, and it's called information or lack thereof. Though that is what it is.
Right.
That differentiates them.
Here we have, I think we discussed this earlier, but Danielle says, Crystal, what have they said to make you speak up, or did you just feel something was off? Do you want to speak on that again real quickly, or should we have Danielle rewind this live at the end, because you already did speak on that?
I mean, I can speak on it really quickly. There some things I can't discuss. It's been sent to FBI, but other things just didn't seem to add up to me and a couple of the other girls that were in the chat. So we started talking privately without Brandy about it. I had found out that one of the girls had been recording already, And that's when I decided, okay, maybe that is a good idea, just, to see, because she wasn't always in the chats when we were there. So I started recording, and then we would share the recordings between each other. Like if I missed a chat, or she missed a chat, or one of the other girls missed a chat, we would share the recordings to hear what was said. But it was, like the timeline was a big one. The fact that Tyler wasn't speaking up was a big one. And then there were some other things that I, again, can't speak on because it's private, personal, and doesn't really have to do with Michael's case per se, and the FBI has that.
Okay. Thank you for commenting on that. Now, Indy brings up a great point. And DJ says, our loyalty lies with Michael. We are here to find and share the whole truth, which is not an attack on Brandi and her family. Not one of us have ever said they are guilty, only pointing out discrepancies. So guys, please keep that in mind, because that's key here. That's key. Andy says, and thank you for that commentary, Andy. Andy says, Brandi has spoken about her son in the past tense at least twice when he first was reporting missing. Oh, wow. Okay, so I read that before I put this on the screen. I thought that was something recent, and I was thinking, well, months went by, almost a year, so she may be feeling that way right now. But if you're saying that was the early on stages, that's something that's also concerning when someone speaks of their loved one in the past tense.
Can I comment?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Go ahead, Paul. Okay. I personally would like to hear that, because I have heard Brandi correct people over and over when they speak of him in the past tense. So personally, for me, I would like to hear it if you can point me in the direction where it was said, because I would love to listen to that.
And I would too, but like was said earlier about the cues, being dropped. She started talking in November, December. But something that I wanted to touch on with regard to that is the press conference, the November press conference, where she told the story about Michael catching frogs, and they went camping, and baby sister had it was her first time having ice cream, and Michael thought it was so fun.
Ice cream.
As soon as I said it, I winced a little bit.
These cases make me eat a lot of it.
You were supposed to whisper that.
Now he's repeating us. It's
yeah.
So basically, I asked her about that because something about that always stood out to me, and I on the times that Brandi would talk about Michael or tell a story, I mean, I put myself there.
You have a parrot at home, huh?
He just started doing this, and it's absolutely hilarious. He's like, I was dying.
Hilarious.
You're hilarious.
I'm hilarious.
So it always kind of struck me. Something about it just sat with me.
Something about it.
Oh, I'll tell you what, boy.
What, you guys?
He could be a co-host.
I know. So I asked her about it in a recent space, and come to find out that story that she told was not a recent story. It was from a year. Well, by the time she told it, it would have been a year and a half prior.
Right.
Which kind of explained I can't even explain the feeling, I guess, that I felt when I was watching that press conference. But when she told me that, it kind of clicked for me that whatever that I don't even want to say uneasy, but whatever it was that I was feeling about that felt settled whenever I heard her tell me when the story actually happened. And even now, so then she told another more recent story, a little more recent than that, but I have to say, and maybe you guys disagree with me, but I always feel like even though we're saying we will bring him home, he will come home soon. I mean, does it feel to anybody else ever that like we're still like talking about him in the past tense ever? I mean, the stories, again, they're not from right before he went missing.
Right.
The day before, or so I don't know. I don't know. I know she's not. I would be interested to see if that is so, that she did refer to him in the past tense.
Yeah, please send us those messages. I know, or that information. I know that Chris McDonough said, he always says that, yeah, she believes that, she will find Monkey. So I haven't heard it in the past tense, but maybe, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I haven't heard, until you guys brought it to the surface. So I'm always open to hearing, what's out there so we can figure things out together.
Yeah, I just know personally she gets really upset when someone speaks of him in past tense, and she will correct them if she's like on YouTube live panel or whatever it's called that we're doing right now. Or if she's in a spaces and somebody says, like he was, she'll say, you mean he is? I've heard her correct a lot. So if she spoke of him in the past tense in the beginning, I definitely would like to hear that.
Now, and someone could also do that as a result of knowing what happened, but being in denial because you don't want it to really be real, even though you know it is. So,
Right.
I mean, if she had more information than we have and knew that something, yeah, that's something.
Is anybody well versed in protocol regarding retracted information that's not literally said by law enforcement? The reason why I'm asking is because a lot of misinformation is being put out about past news articles where law enforcement has spoken to the news before the update with the Fruitland Police Department's Facebook page. I'm wondering if they're going to leave that. If the news doesn't know specifically to put an update or take it down, and they're not, what do you guys think that means? Or is that something to question and ask them? You know what I mean? For instance, there was the Brandi's, the conference with the police department, and Brandi and Tyler and the sister is no longer on any of the law enforcement's pages. And then there was a confirmation from Fruitland Police Department as to why those things aren't there. It's because they only left accurate information. So in theory, everything else wasn't necessarily accurate. And so when someone's using that news article from before, would that be inaccurate as well if they left it that way and didn't update within the pages of the news articles? Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, and to be honest, the news hasn't really been, there's not any like recent articles written about him. And I think it's just because there's like nothing known. Or that we've
maybe they just need to know. maybe these news stations need to know this because they just don't.
Yeah.
Because they're not looking for that because they just simply don't know. Because there was no post that I'm aware of that said we have taken these things down and limiting comments on posts. There is
Well,
no
I
official
mean,
statement, right?
yeah, I mean, and I posted that. I mean, I came right out and asked because everyone was asking. That was the question. Literally, everyone was asking was what happened to all of the posts. Like, to remove the child from the page entirely when you're directing everyone to your page for information about a missing child, it felt very bizarre. So I just came right out and asked them, and I was given an answer. I was like, okay, well, that's shocking, but it makes sense. And so I posted it in one of his Facebook groups, and it rained
And that's what I was
hellfire
referencing.
for it.
It was Nicole's message to Fruitland Police Department. I just didn't know if you wanted me to blast it out there, but I'm sure you don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Yeah, I posted it, and that's what caused, I was just posting clarification. I don't know what about Fruitland saying that everything else was removed because they wanted only accurate information on the page. Why that would, if anything, I feel like it should have prompted what do you mean? So, this update doesn't say what time he was last seen. Do you know something I don't? You know what I mean?
Have you ever asked if they are going to have an updated briefing
as they get information? To be honest, the final one in January felt very dismissive. Not dismissive, but it felt very much like we have no new information. We have no leads. We don't know what happened to Michael Vaughn. We're not doing any more ground searches. If anybody has any information on any platform, no matter what it is, we want the information. And I don't see them. I almost feel like that was like not a courtesy, but like a courtesy 6-month update because they hadn't updated in over a month.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Are you able to share? Are you able to share what they told? If you can't, and it's fine, or if you don't want to right now, it's fine. But what law enforcement told you their reasons was for removing the posts or information on this case from their website that was previously on the website? Well, I know you also did just say that they said they only wanted to share stuff that was facts, which would kind of imply that the stuff that was shared was
right.
not.
I'm going to send it. I'll send you the screenshot.
Okay.
So my question is, isn't it the news or journalists' responsibility to get or ask questions to clarify? I mean, that's what their job is, right? So if somebody just doesn't simply know that it's an issue and someone tells them, then they could then get that information or lack of an update. That's their job. That's the news's job is to say, hey, I noticed that this, whatever, is it on the Facebook page or is it on the Fruitland website? One of the two.
It's on their Facebook page, but it's also possible that they also are aware of additional information and know that they can't post or do you know what I'm saying?
Right. And the news can still ask that and they can say no comment. It happens all the time.
And if you remember, there's many articles, even the News Nation segment that was done for Michael, where they tried to get a statement from Fruitland and they declined to make one.
I mean, time and time again, people report anonymous, and I'm not insinuating anyone do this. I'm just saying time and time again over years and years, people have sent information to the news to then for them to investigate. That's why they have investigative journalists, right? So I'm thinking that if these news people who have spoken to law enforcement are keeping that information up when the police department isn't, that would be a great question for the news to ask. Even if they don't get anything back. And I have no qualms calling them and asking them. I have that right.
I think you should.
Yeah, let us know what they
I will.
For cohesive, information to make sure everybody's getting the same information.
Freedom of the press, man. I mean, that's their job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because no comment is still something. That means that, there's just something we don't need to know.
Right.
And that is an answer.
Right. I agree.
I know I'm a troublemaker, and I'm really just trying
to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, but you also don't want to potentially hinder a great thing going on behind the scenes. That's the chess of being involved in these cases outside of law enforcement. Because obviously we don't have answers, but we also don't want to tiptoe onto something that could potentially ruin that, right?
You're right. There's this case, like for example, there's this case that I've been meaning to do for the longest. It's been in queue for me. It's somebody, one of my subscribers and friend, Rose, brought up the case of Gloria, who was missing out of California. And her mother was okay. I spoke to her. She wanted me to go ahead and do a reading on her, but we haven't spoken in a while, and I haven't done it yet. But there's so much information that I was going to pour out there in my reading, whatever I saw. But it was this particular information because I kept waking out my sleep and hearing the name of something that I found out is a city in that area. And I found out after in that area. So I'm like, well, she could be possibly in the city, right? So I let the mom know that. I didn't let the FBI, I probably should call law enforcement and let them know too, but I did let the mom know that, but that was something that I made sure I wasn't going to put out there for everybody else, because certain things, they're sensitive and you can't have it out there, because if somebody knows, okay, somebody picked up on this, we have to go get the body and move it immediately, right? Like, she's not playing games. She knows what she's talking about. So I couldn't do that, as much as I wanted to say, and I have no clue. They have to go search that area first before we can determine whether or not I'm accurate. But there's certain things you can't put out, but there's still a lot of things you can put out there, because once again, it's putting the clues together with other people's clues. Once they hear something, there's so many times I've said something on my life and I'll get emails of how it's related to the case that I didn't even know about. And their clue helped me put together with my clue and somebody else's clue, kind of helps finish the puzzle little by little. And independently, a lot of it isn't sensitive, but the things that are sensitive, obviously we have to be more careful of, right? But a lot of, yeah.
Well, real quick, before I want the panel to have their panel, and I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time, I'll drop off. But really quickly, me and you work in the same way with logic and mediumship or spirituality, okay? Which is frowned upon in this community,
right?
Except for a specific audience, which we love and appreciate. Having said that, this is what really triggered me. I'm working on a missing Tina Bowen from Conroe, Texas, around the time of the Texas field murders, the girls, and one of those being Tim Miller, who is the founder of EchoSearch's daughter. I was driving home and had a spiritual experience, and this Tina came through, and my mods found her missing poster. They sent it to me, and it was her. And so we did some searching, and then I do private EVP sessions because it's so, sometimes it can get so specific that I don't want people seeing that and taking advantage of it. So I do these things privately. And I did that session, and it came through that allegedly the boyfriend had something to do with her disappearance, and he failed a polygraph test. However, the family adamantly could not believe he would ever do anything. She has still not been found. And that was in 1997. And this is why I'm terrified of the idea that these missing children's cases are going to go cold. It's not that I am trying to allege that anyone is guilty at all.
Right.
I don't want it to become that way because I see it all the time.
Right. And a lot of these cases, once again, they have people that are connected. They have people that know something, suspect something, but they don't speak out because they don't want to. They don't want to be the one to go there. They want to mind their own business. They don't want to. They don't want to get attacked for doing what they do or saying what they say or getting involved. And because of that, another case goes unsolved. We're not trying to have that here with Michael Vaughn. So I hear you.
And I think credible, sorry, and I'm going to get off, I swear. Being credible in this, what we do, having receipts to back up what we're saying is the utmost importance, because it's even harder to be taken seriously. So I think that's why people are so harsh on us, because we just can't solve every case just like that, and that's not how it works. But just to get the thoughts rolling, if people are just open-minded, to get the thoughts rolling, to get to a logical and a tip that we could get a receipt for, it's worth it. So,
right.
All right, I'm done. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, no problem.
Did you get my screenshots?
I just saw your message. Did you send it to me? Okay, I'm gonna look. Did you send it to me in text?
I thought I forgot I had your number. I sent them on Twitter, but and I didn't want us to get too far away from the FPD updates, but I just took a screenshot so I don't forget. But there's something. So the nanny is in the chat.
Oh, I got it right now. Oh, the nanny's in the chat. Okay.
She is, and she just pointed out something really interesting. But I want to get a clip pulled up before we talk about it. So if you wanted to show the screenshot or screenshots or whatever, I can get it pulled up what she's talking about.
Yes, I will. I'm gonna I think the quickest way maybe is to email it. No, I can sign into Twitter online and then pull it up.
I can text them. I can text them or email them.
That's okay. I think I got this. We'll see in a second. Ivana says, while we're doing our thing simultaneously, Ivana says, has a timeline been put out by law enforcement? Do you want to answer that now or not right now?
The answer is no, but they do have one, a solid one.
Okay. While you do that, I'm trying to pull up Twitter. Eve, I don't know if there's more that whatever you would like to add while we try to get this stuff on the screen so that people are aware, would be helpful. I just see True Crime with Eve. Is she off?
Yeah, I think she.
I still see her.
I mean, it shows she's still on the panel, but she said she was hopping off. So I don't. Oh, see, yep, she's gone.
Okay. Well, I just got her. I just logged into Twitter. I see she messaged me earlier. I just got it like 3 hours ago. I did not see it before. I apologize. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure there's no other confidential information in this on the screen before I pull it up, and it's not. So I'll go ahead and pull it up.
Okay. And then I did find the clip.
Okay. So let me get this on the screen real quick. Oh, True Crime with Eve. Hold on. There she is. Eve.
Did y'all need me?
No, I was just saying, I just saw your message from Twitter when I went to check on Nicole's. I did not see you message me earlier. I was multitasking, but I'm excited that you came on with us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me on. And thanks, Nicole and Crystal, for letting me blab for a second. And thank you for being here.
You're always welcome. Okay, so Nicole sent me this. Let's see. I wonder if it's a way I could blow it up more. Can you guys see it?
It looks like a blue screen to me, but I usually can't see it, but everyone else usually can.
Okay, so I can put it. I could put the screenshots up, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, all right, guys. For those who can't see, I'll read it. So who's this writing you? That's someone writing you. I can't see. Jamie.
All right. So the first one is Brandi talking, and then it's somebody else in the group, and then Brandi again, and then Brandi again.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. So it says, for those who can't see, I found out what they took down all the posts. No, I found out why they took down all the posts. Fuck Derpy, Slutty Goose, Trish, Stark, Crystal, Jewel, fuck all those fuck worth. And I, guys, I don't curse, but this is what she has up here. Worthless pieces of air. I hope they all burn in hell. Lord of mercy. Come on, Brandi. Okay. So, and then somebody responded, what happened? And she says, those fucking cunts kept going back all over Fruitland Police Department posts and attacking our family. So they will not allow comments. And then Brandi writes, so they will not allow comments, but I'll be putting up more pictures of Monkey. These effing beefy curtain. I don't know what else that says, but hold on. I'm gonna get the other screenshot up. Let's see.
Can I just say I am so dead over here laughing because I can't believe you're. I have yet to read these out loud, and and the girls have been like talking about a couple of the colorful names here for the past several days, and I like cringe. I can't believe you're reading them out loud, and I'm glad you're doing it because I couldn't.
And I don't, and like I posted, I did a live I think last week or the week before for Candace Bly apologist, and I had put a warning in the description box because I never speak like that. And I'm like, YouTube, you might as well demonetize me now. And then I had my friend, he was on the panel with me, and he's like, guys, my friend does not speak like this. I'm telling you, it's hard for her. He's like, next time, just let me say the words for you. So, but yeah, I'm just reading as it is. So let me continue. And I think that's, what is that, Brandi? I think that's Brandi again. Yeah. She says, so they will not allow comments, but they will be putting up more pictures of Monkey. These, I'm gonna just say effing, guys. You know what that is. These effing beefy curtain pig effing whores. They are causing so much effing bullshit. They are hindering the investigation and creating so much. People love to say hindering investigation, by the way, folks, when they got something to worry about. They are hindering the investigation and creating so much speculation in our community. I'm effing done. No, Brandi, I would say that you're hindering the investigation, and that's why you don't have an Amber Alert out on your child, and that Crystal and Nicole are fighting to get an Amber Alert on your child when you should be the one doing so. Okay. Somebody's trying to get back on, I think. Oh, Nicole fell off. I'm gonna put her back on. Nicole.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So I was at the part where she says that you guys are hindering the investigation. And I said, no, she's hindering the investigation. She doesn't even want a real investigation. She doesn't even want an Amber Alert. You know, of course, what we've seen from her, she does. But that's amongst the public eye. Okay. Not behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, that Amber Alert is still turned off, guys. The switch is off. So anyway, she writes, oh, and Whitney Sick is another name that came up. And then she wrote, I can't stand those effing bitches. I'm sorry. Well,
so Whitney Sitch is actually one of the people who run one of Monkey's Facebook groups, one of the big ones.
Okay. Wow. And she's upset with her too. Guess she's finding out too much information that she doesn't want her to have, or she's sharing too much information that she doesn't want her to share. And I'm sorry, if my child is missing, there is nothing off limits. You share everything. You just bring back my child. You hear me? So yeah, so it's some red flags there.
This is why everybody is afraid to call into the Fruitland Police Department now, because every tip that is ever called in is told to Brandi.
Mhm.
They tell her who calls, how many times they've called, what the tip was, and that is why nobody wants to call FPD anymore, because you get threatened if you call a tip in, or if you say something, you get threatened.
Well,
Right.
and so the reason I even sent that in the first place is to be a comparison towards what is being told to people of why it was removed versus what Fruitland Police Department themselves gave as a reason for why they were removed.
Right.
And I did find that clip if you want.
Oh yeah, please play it.
So I'll play it and then I'll say what I am. And then I'll say what it is that I saw the nanny say. So hold on one sec.
And thank you to the nanny Jennifer for being here.
A story about Michael. A recent one, say within the month that, like, did you guys do something for 4th of July? Just something that we don't know of Michael.
Okay. So Monkey loves the little snappers. For the 4th of July, I keep a stash of them actually all year long. Sorry, I don't want Buggy. Hold on, give me just a second. Please, sorry. I got a 2-year-old. It's bedtime. Okay, so snappers, that's what I call them. He calls them poppers. But I always keep boxes. I keep extra boxes. I've got quite a bit actually saved, because every time I see him, I buy them. He put them in my shoes. In my shoes, and my work shoes, and I put my feet in, and he was hiding. He was hiding behind the cupboard, where the dishwasher is. I will send you a picture if you like, but and he just, oh my God, and it scared the ever living hell out of me. Yep, I put my feet in, wasn't paying attention. Yep, poppers in my toes, and burnt my toes a little bit. I got a hole in my sock.
Someone had asked me before.
Okay, so that was the story, and you know, someone said in the chat that it felt like had I not mentioned the 4th of July, that we probably wouldn't have gotten a story about poppers or snappers, which is what it felt like. But anyway, so the nanny's in there in the chat, and when someone brought up the popper story, she said that was news to her. And they said, have you ever seen boxes of poppers at the house? Because like you heard her say, she's got boxes of them all year round. She keeps them, she piles them up. And the nanny said, just for a day or two after the 4th.
I'm sorry, Nicole, I got a little distracted. My son came and spoke to me in the background, so I missed that. But I don't know if Crystal wants to chime in on what you said. Oh, and True Crime Eve, you were welcome to stay on the panel if you wanted to. But
I'm literally silently dying over Dope Soul's comment right now. Yes, you're derpy. Sorry. I'm crying over here.
I wish I missed some of the comments. So whatever you guys see too in the comments that I'm not able to get to, but you want to bring up, feel free to address it, even though it's not on the screen.
I just find, there's comments about feeling nauseous and crawling out of your skin, listening to that. I was shocked to see the nanny say that there is no, supply of poppers.
Can you real quickly summarize what was in the recording? My son did come in and interrupt me. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I can like pull up it's shorter than usual, but you'd really have to listen to. I mean, me saying what she said would not.
Oh, sure. I'd love to listen to it again. That's fine.
Just so you can kind of get on with what everybody's kind of saying.
I saw Regina Diamond's in the comments. Hey, Regina Diamond, thanks for being here. Love ya. Hey, Dixie, thank you guys for being here. Everyone, please do like.
All right, here you go. Straight and quick answers. But my first thing that would take a little bit of time is I'd like to hear a story about Michael. A recent one, say within the month, that, like, did you guys do something for 4th of July? Just something that we don't know of Michael.
Okay. So Monkey loves the little snappers. For the 4th of July, I keep a stash of them actually all year long. Sorry, I don't want Buggy. Hold on, give me just a second. Please, sorry. Here you go. I got a 2-year-old. It's bedtime. So, snappers, that's what I call them. He calls them poppers. But I always keep boxes. I keep extra boxes. I've got quite a bit actually saved, because every time I see him, I buy him. He put them in my shoes. In my shoes, and my work shoes, and I put my feet in, and he was hiding. He was hiding behind the cupboard. Cupboard, where the dishwasher is. I will send you a picture if you like, but he just, oh my God. And it scared the ever-living hell out of me. Yep, I put my feet in, wasn't paying attention. Yep, poppers in my toes and burnt my toes a little bit. I got a hole in my sock.
You would just think that that story would be out to someone close.
Someone had asked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
And no one knows about this story that's close to her
That was the
that
first
you're
time
aware of.
heard it. I talk to her daily.
I mean,
Wow.
it seems like it's reaching. I know people are gonna like to eat that up, but it's bizarre, bare minimum.
I mean, so Jennifer's the name of the nanny. Did Monkey like love the poppers? I mean, did he ever? I would imagine if we kept them all year round, he would, the intention with that would be for him to have them all year round. So did you notice after the 4th? I mean, I know you said a day or two, just for a day or two after the 4th, but I'm just wondering if there was any other time up until the day before he disappeared where he was pulling them out of somewhere and playing with them,
Would she like to get
Amy's
on the
comment
panel?
is awesome.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll share the link again in case she does.
Amy said she was going to try it in her husband's shoes to see if it worked. I'm dying.
I think someone did that, and they said that it did not.
You really
There's
have
something.
to slow those things down.
Yeah, there's something on my tweets. Someone looked into it, and I think they said that. Jennifer, if you wanna come up here for a minute, you just have to click that link down there. She just posted. But I don't know. I did, when I asked for the story, it felt like that. So,
Doesn't the video when did she post that video of him at the 4th of July? Or wait, that wasn't the 4th of July, looking at the stars and stuff. Wasn't he playing with poppers in that video?
I think it was a sparkler. They were sparklers.
Sparkler. Okay.
Speaking of 4th of July, I did hear that there was some kind of a get together, and I was just thinking in my mind, have you heard anything, or has anyone heard anything about anyone around the family before he disappeared? And have they been looked at or anything like that?
I don't think. I mean, besides the nanny who was with him the day before. And something else that's interesting is they were asked, actually the Chief Huff was asked if they've spoken to grandparents, aunts, uncles. That was at that November press conference. And he said through Brandi and Tyler, yes. And then there was an incident with a threat with Brandi's father. And when the person who the threat was made towards spoke to one of the detectives there on Monkey's case, he said that he called him and spoke to him on the phone, and that was the first time he had ever spoken to him, ever. And that was like a month ago. So that worries me. And also, Jennifer is up here now.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, hello.
We're appreciated.
Sorry, I sound like crap right now. I've been crying for a couple days now. Hard. Somebody did ask a question. I just wanted to address it real quick. Yes, Monkey loved to hide, but he sucked at it. Like, there'd be a foot hanging out one side of the bed if he's under the bed. There'd be an arm hanging on to a cupboard if he's trying to hide behind one of the cupboards. And he couldn't hide anywhere because Buggy was right on his tail every time. Give him away every time. I literally had to pretend I couldn't find him. It's really hard playing hide and go seek.
Did he ever get away from you ever? Longer than like 5 or 10 minutes where you couldn't find him, or he went way out?
Absolutely not. Now the baby. Oh, don't get me started on her.
She's
Holy
was
terror,
she
that
2
one.
at the time?
She was not 2 yet. She turned 2 end of August.
Jennifer,
So-
I just
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to apologize to Jennifer. I know that it was overwhelming getting the information that you got the other night, and it seems that it's been nonstop. I truly, my heart hurts for you. I've felt your emotion talking about Monkey. I always have. And without like, saying too much, but like, did you have a phone call today? I was going to call you, but then someone else wanted to speak with you. Did you have a phone call?
She did finally message me a little bit ago. She's going to try reaching me tomorrow. She
Good.
wanted to call me at 8:30 Eastern time. I'm all, trying to do the math, but that's going to be a kind of a crappy time. And then the next time she gave me was even worse than the first time. So I'm like, just call me. I'll answer.
Yeah, she's very early morning, wake you up out of the bed phone calls. Usually 8:30 is kind of late. I'm just grateful that you spoke with her. So, I'm sorry for everything, and I know that there's a lot of people that are super proud of you for coming out and answering at least just what you were told, and to say, here's the answer, but this is just the answer that I was given. So like, I don't know, as opposed to saying it as fact, right, where it can come back right on you, like,
I mean, and that's my problem. I was so adamant, and I was very defensive. I mean, I made more enemies that first week because I was sticking to my story because that's what they told me. My information came from them. But oh, wait, nope, got to change it because it doesn't match what we have to say, because nothing's going to make sense because there's this and this. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Well, and why would
you
have any
the toll that takes on you? And I just want to tell you that you are so brave, really, to do the right thing. And
yes.
Like I keep saying, there's a very fine line between brave and stupid, and I'm not sure which one I am right now.
You're
Brooklyn,
doing this for Monkey. You're doing this for Monkey.
I am. I am. That's all I can. That's all I've been doing it for. Brooklyn, I don't know if they did. By then, I was already shunned. And
now what I'm nervous for is Jennifer getting the same threats that Crystal has been getting, and Nicole.
I'm not. No, I'm not getting anything directly from the family.
Thank God.
I'm getting it from their friends.
Okay.
That's usually
I'm getting it from the public. It's like right now, I mean, I'm glad all this is taking place right now because I just moved. Nobody knows where I'm at, like right now, except the people I'm with.
Good.
And it's going to stay that way. And trust me, I cannot be followed out here.
And you have a support system, and you have Crystal and Nicole right by your side, backing you guys, and looking out for Monkey's interests first before anything else. And that's courageous. And I'm so attached to the situation in these cases so much, and I haven't even personally been involved with the child. So I could imagine you and the pain that you're feeling. You used to hugging him and being around him and spending quality time for him.
Oh, yeah, that was another. Yep. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, but that's it. And how much he was able to actually touch your heart in a way that we will never know. So it has to be affecting you tremendously as well.
Another rumor that just came this morning was they've been telling people that they actually fired me or wanted to fire me 2 days before because I'm too loving with him, with Michael and Buggy. And oh, I'm sorry.
Get out of
Oops.
town.
Was I not? I was basically, I mean,
I understand that.
I'm very soon. I'm going to repost all of my screenshots and all of my conversations with Brandi.
Isn't that something that they
that.
should want? Because I was like that with kids.
God no, because all of a sudden they just turned on me, boom, out of the blue. No, no, because I don't know.
I'm telling you, when I was trying to prepare for this interview, this conversation, for this panel, I was multitasking, doing different things, trying to get a couple questions together. And at the same time, I was listening to the space with you and Nicole. And I think the majority of it was going in one ear, out the other, only because I was multitasking to a high degree. But at the same time, I know I heard where I think it was 50 minutes in, and then again about an hour and 5 minutes in, where you're accused of stealing from them. And
that was news to me.
That kind of bothered me, because I said, you can't always judge somebody, you don't know them and things. But for me, you did not seem like the type. Again, and how you defended yourself in such a way that you just knew that you would never take anything from them, besides the pillow, which you stated Brandi, told you can go ahead and take.
Right. And suddenly, oh, that's all news to her. No, I took it, I want to say a night or two after. And it's still in the possession of one of their really good friends. I have not been able to go and retrieve it.
Right.
I mean, I could at any point in time, my life's just been a mess. Honestly, I forgot about it.
Now, what was mind-boggling to me as well is, which I love kids, so I understand, they melt my heart away. Yeah. Like I can see an adult and not remember their face, but once I see the child, if they're holding a child, that instantly triggers my memory. I'm like, I remember immediately, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm just like gaga goo goo over kids, especially before I had my children. So I understand where you will work for a limited amount, but you were very open and candid as far as what your pay was in this situation. So I don't know if you want to discuss that, and we can breeze over it. We don't have to talk about it, but you actually gave them a deal of a lifetime, to say the least. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like they should be very much appreciative
and
to have it.
Yeah, and like I've said to all the moms of the kids I was watching, it wasn't just Monkey and Buggy I was watching. There was 3 other kids I was watching. And all the moms, I thank them from the bottom of my heart, even though, it hurts to jump on a trampoline when you're 40-something years old and you have the conditions that I do. It hurts. It hurts to play. I have to take it easy and know my limits, but I could never stop playing with them. They wanted me to play, I was going to play. But they saved me. These kids saved me. It wasn't just about me helping out my friends and, and saving them from a bad situation. I needed the distraction of the kids in my life.
Right.
2021 was by far the worst year I've ever had. And I've had some pretty shitty ones. This one was the worst.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry.
Sure. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask a quick question, or two actually. Did they end up letting you go? And if not, what was the reason why they kept you?
Well, that's the thing. As far as I know, they never did. Somebody messaged me stating that they saw somewhere that somebody, but I don't know. Again, it's one of those he said, she said, he said things, but they were going to fire me because I was too loving with the kids. That I acted like mom, and that I was trying to have a thing with Tyler. First of all, ew, no, never. Ugh. No.
So character assassination type style.
Yes, exactly. And it's been a bloody nightmare.
I'm really sorry that they did that to you. So 2 days before he went missing, they told you that? Did you ever work for them again during that time?
No, that's the thing. I just heard this rumor this morning that I was supposedly fired 2 days before.
Oh, wow.
He went missing. Yeah. But I was there the very next day, and I believe it was Crystal who informed me that that they were pissed off or Tyler was pissed off that I stayed late that night to help finish painting the rocks.
Well, I'm not,
again, all news to me.
I'm not any investigator or detective or anything like that. But if I was, and I heard that, that would probably raise a red flag to me that says that this person has motive now. Am I correct? Do you guys feel the same? It would be like a motive 2 days before. This
That's a good observation.
And a suspect.
Well, I mean, that's a really stupid thing to say. I mean, 2 days before, I was supposed to watch the kids. I was supposed to watch Monkey 2 days before, but I had suffered an anaphylactic shock or reaction to my husband kissing me after he ate shellfish. And I ended up having to go to the ER instead because the Benadryl just wasn't cutting it. There's great pictures out there of my face. It's hideous. But yeah, I just want to answer a couple of these questions real quick, if I may.
Sure.
Millennial Phoenix, you asked, what did I mean when I said that Brandi isn't the Brandi that I know telling a story? When Brandi talks to you, whatever emotion she was having at the time of the story, it will maintain all the way through it. She's a fast talker normally. Everything right now she is saying is slow, broken, and deliberate. Everything. She's literally thinking about everything she says. That is not how Brandi normally speaks. Brandi will speak fast and she will be talking to you and she'll be as just animated as anybody else out there. Just like that. But listening to her tell that story, just I was literally cringing the whole time. That just it's not my friend. But at this point, was she ever? I don't know. Sorry. So that's what I mean by that. As far as what I think happened to Michael, I said this the other night. If somebody had asked me 2 weeks ago what I thought happened to Michael, my story would not have changed. My story would not have changed. I'd still be sticking to that timeline.
Panel, have you ever heard Brandi talk about wanting to fire her? Ever? During your space recordings?
I know, no, but I know that the only thing I ever commented on the Fruitland Police Department's Facebook page was in response to her supervisor, Ilda, saying that there is no nanny. There never was a nanny. Stop bringing up the nanny.
Well, because technically I'm just a babysitter. But yeah, that post was insane.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this was meant to, like you don't exist, which is weird to me because if there's accusations, it would be strange to pretend like you don't exist.
Right.
And when Brandi was asked about her in a space, at the end of a space. Ash is actually the one that asked. She said she was just someone that we knew. She watched him for 2 months, off and on whenever we needed her. She was we were close, but not anymore. And then that was it. That was like the extent of everything.
Right. Right.
So why do you think they would minimize you like that?
I don't know.
So you're just flabbergasted at the fact that they.
I have been this whole time. I have been begging people since the minute they just shut me off. Begging anybody, tell me, why are they mad at me? Nobody would. And I've asked people who I knew were still directly in contact with them. They told me, oh, I don't know. Well, they're now blocked, so it doesn't matter.
And it's so hard to theorize reasons because conjecture is obviously what Fruitland Police Department does not want people to do. However, and they're right, because it's not about proving one thing or another. I think they're saying that because if somebody gets too close to the truth, potentially, then it might just start a shit fire that would hinder them. So it's so difficult. And that's where I think the character assassination for anyone that bucks the system is coming from, to be quiet, keep everyone from saying anything. And it's just so alarming, and there's no reason in my mind why it should be so severe like this. It's even causing more confusion and red flags. It's mind-boggling.
Everything has been. I do want Laura Shortlegs. I love the name, by the way. I'm not even 5 feet tall myself. The bruises. She asked, did anybody ever see bruises on Monkey? He's a 5-year-old boy. Yeah, he had bruises on his knees, on his elbows. Every once in a while, he'd give himself a black eye. Sometimes he'd bust his lip open. Normal 5-year-old bruises. No signs of abuse, or I'd have been the first person to be questioning everything.
Have you been getting?
So I just wanted to.
Has anybody been saying anything about lawyers directly related to, like, Brandi or anyone around her? Have they said anything to you about attorneys or anything at all?
No, but I'm gonna get one.
Okay.
I'm really angry now.
Yeah, I mean, your reasoning for getting a lawyer would be different. So I understand yours. But Crystal got a text message from Brandi today telling her to get a lawyer. And that would be for total. It's not the same. This is it was meant to, it was a threat, really. It was meant to scare her into silence and submission. So they were just kind of wondering, might have gotten messages to basically shut up, which I'm sure you did months and months ago. I would assume.
Well, no, honestly, I didn't. I don't have a single message from anybody asking me to stop talking and shut up, other than random people on
social media.
On social media. Thank you for giving me the right words, because I was gonna say a name that I use. But yeah, just people on social media. It's like, maybe you shouldn't be talking, and I'm like, fine. But then everything I was saying.
Well, I know she's been telling people that the reason that anything was confusing was because you were telling a story,
Right. I was telling a story as it was told to me.
Right.
And that's what it became, a horrible story. It's not even a story. It's bloody nightmare. You know, and I was recently attacked by a YouTuber because of my verbiage. Great. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, because at that point, when I had talked to her, I had gotten some new information, hence the whole 2 weeks ago thing.
So everyone
Anybody,
around them has been ostracized in some way. Is there anyone left that has been
that
around
has been there
habitually like you?
since the beginning? The only one I
Right.
can think of who has others, there's a couple. There's Brandi's former supervisor, Albertsons. I refuse to say that woman's name because I absolutely hate her. Somebody made a comment about her, like, she seems really hostile towards me. Yeah, if you only knew.
Has she always been that way, or was that just
Nope.
recent?
Nope. That was just very recently. And well, I also hadn't seen her in months, so it probably would have been there even sooner had I been around.
Did you ever notice, and I'm so sorry, like my mind's racing. I
You're fine.
apologize. Was there anyone else that acted completely opposite besides Brandi and the boss that you can think of?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Was there anyone else that has completely changed their behavior since this happened, like erratically, besides Brandi and the boss that was around? Or
honestly, no. Erratically changed? No.
Okay.
I mean, there's been other people, but I didn't know them. I didn't know them on a personal level at all.
Thank you so much for answering those. I apologize. My mind's going 100 miles an hour.
Mine is too.
To address.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just reading these questions. To address Brooklyn, that last day, no, Tyler was actually seemed happy that I was going to be there because he'd be able to relax for a minute before he had to deal with anything. The baby was asleep. Me and Monkey were painting the rocks. He did not seem annoyed or put out by me in any way, shape, or form at that point. Former supervisor at Keystone Pizza. Sorry. It's really hard to stay focused right now.
No problem.
I'm so angry and I'm holding back a million different emotions at the same time. And I'm I don't do well.
You're breaking up some. Is it just me or can you guys hear her? I think it's breaking up.
No, she's breaking up.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going to put my phone back down. Is that better?
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
Okay. No, my God, I have no idea what it is. My emotions, I am holding back so much right now because the past 48 hours have been a huge roller coaster, and I'm really afraid that nothing's going to end well for anybody in this, especially Michael. And the fact that I even refer to him as Michael now hurts my heart. Because if I think of him as Monkey, I lose my shit. I just lose it.
Jennifer, I wanted to ask you real quick. And I know the answer. I wanted to get from your perspective. Do either of them do anything, like, do they drink or anything like that?
Yes.
Like,
yes. Tyler, not as much as Brandi. That's all I'm going to say on that.
I was you can choose not to answer, but my follow-up was just going to be like, what, on the weekends? You can hit me with a no comment, Jennifer.
I'm gonna have to no comment that one.
Okay.
Jennifer, what do you feel about?
I mean, it sucks.
Go ahead.
It just sucks because, I mean, people are like, why are you still defending them? And I go, I'm sorry, I still love them. To me, they're still my friends. They're just hurting. They're hurting. They need somebody to blame. Okay, it's me. Okay, I can deal with that. But it's literally shaken me to my very core. I had a really bad night last night. I won't say anything bad. No reason. Yeah.
You're breaking up again.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Like I said, I'm sitting in my car. The internet sucks.
Oh, it's perfect again now.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in the house. I'm rooming with 6 different people, and yeah, Wi-Fi usage gets sporadic. I'm just, I still love them. And it would hurt me, I know, if I actually said anything that would actually hurt them. But, you know, it's nothing that Ellie does.
Right. And that's kind of what I was getting at when I said that I already know. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the live that everything there is to see or hear has already been sent to FBI. So whatever, say there's potentially something that they didn't know, they'd already know. It would not be coming from your mouth first. I'm grateful that you answered my first question honestly. And I understand not wanting to get them in any more trouble. Just know that, not trouble, but you don't want to be the one to put it out there first to be further blamed. I just
Well,
want
I'm also the one. Yeah, I'm also the one who set up the account. I'm also the one who set up a couple of the initial fundraisers. I'm also the one who held the prayer circles. And yeah. Oh, that made me look guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted my little buddy back.
Sorry. I can't imagine feeling the confliction of anger, guilt, and sadness with the heavy weight of all of that. Jennifer, I am sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that. I'm sorry. I could tell you're really hurting.
And I don't think you should be as hard on yourself than you are. I really don't think you should be as hard on yourself, because you know what is to be true to you, and you're obviously doing the best you can to hang in there. And you helped them with all of this stuff. Be proud of that, because Michael would.
I know.
Yeah. What do you feel, Jennifer, in the parents not going to for Brandi and Tyler not requesting an Amber Alert? Do you feel an Amber Alert should be requested in this case?
Yes. I feel an Amber Alert should have been issued. I feel an Amber Alert should be issued for any child that goes missing, regardless of the circumstances.
Right.
Child's missing more than 2 hours. I'm sorry, you issue an Amber Alert.
I agree with you immediately. I believe there would be a lot more solved cases if the Amber Alerts were issued when, promptly. Do you know or have any idea of why Brandi and Tyler wouldn't do what's needed or request the Amber Alert? or Silver Alert?
I don't know. I don't know.
Eve, do you have any questions that you would like? Oh, there she is. You fell off your back, Eve.
Ooh, 2 of me.
Yeah, there are 2. Okay, I'll remove the other. Maybe. Okay, there you go. Do you have any questions for Jennifer, Eve?
Has there been at least any basic contact with anyone in the family, or are you completely not talking to them? Or
I've been completely ostracized. I've been completely removed from everything.
like blocked and everything from social media?
Yeah. In fact, Tyler just blocked me. It was either this, I think it was yesterday morning. Tyler had just blocked me yesterday morning. I was still friends with him up until yesterday.
Oh,
On
wow.
On Facebook, Jennifer?
Correct.
Funny, because I was told he doesn't even use social media or can't even get into his Facebook because he was hacked.
Oh, sure, that may be the case, but I'm blocked now.
Hmm.
And it's not blocked on my end.
Were you and the dad ever close in any way, and has that changed since Michael went missing?
Well, everything changed since Michael went missing, but yeah, Tyler and I, we would hang out a few years back before Buggy. I might have actually been, I think it was during the time she was even pregnant with Buggy. But every Tuesday night, Tyler was on my trivia team. We go to a local restaurant and do a trivia night. Because the first thing I did was I messaged Brandi. I'm like, hey, can I borrow your husband on Tuesday? And she's like, sure, what for? And I'm like, trivia? And she goes, oh God, take him. And I was like, okay, thanks. Literally the conversation.
I have a question before I bring up the. Well, does anybody have anything to say? Do you want to respond to that first before I ask? Okay. So, but before I get to my question, I wanted to bring up Dixie's question, which says, sounds like, or statement, sounds like Brandi had something on the officer that she would threaten them. And she also threatened to show up and speak to the wives, right? Does anybody know why she would feel she, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I guess that's the easiest way to put it. What are your thoughts on that statement? Crystal, Nicole, Jennifer.
Can we clarify who that call was between Brandi and who? Or if not, I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify because some people, I think, are confused.
Which call are we talking about?
About the potential coercion of going to the wives of the law enforcement.
Okay.
She was talking to me and some of the other girls that were in the group.
So this wasn't a phone call. This was on.
Are you able? I'm sorry, Eve. I think you brought up a good statement, or question, I should say. But does anybody have on hand that audio for the people on this live or who will watch the replay who hasn't heard it? I know I could bring it up. It may take some time, but Crystal or Nicole may have that recording on hand. I know it's getting late.
I know that part of that call was edited for personal reasons. And Nicole is the one that did that and has the edited version. I don't. I have like the full version that I can't publicly play. And I think she's putting her baby to bed.
Yeah, I forgot. I saw her put that in the back chat. I might.
Have they ever requested to get that taken down from Twitter, or can they? How does that work with Twitter?
What, taken down?
The spaces or the tweets, can someone like report it and it get taken down for whatever reason?
I think it can only be taken down, don't quote me, but I think it can only be taken down if it's like harassment or derogatory or like to someone. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Wait, I can go to Nicole's Twitter page and play that. I didn't think about that.
The reason why I'm asking that is because in the YouTube land, if enough people spam your stuff, it could be held for review. And so I just wanted to know how it worked on Twitter, because I'm sure it's way different than here. Yeah, because I think YouTube reviews it if a bunch of people, they call it strike your channel or, yeah. And I just wanted to make sure I knew the rules, I guess, in Twitter versus here. Sorry, I just also want to say, like, if they would do that there, they would definitely do it here, is what I was trying to get at. Right. But if they haven't, then.
And all right, so wait, is this the one? I think this is the one, the call. I'll play it.
With this whatsoever. I don't think if it's a trick and they arrest Tyler, I'm gonna be.
Oh, by the way, for those who don't know, this is Brandi speaking to you, right, Crystal?
Yes. Well, there was a couple of us in the group, but it's mainly me talking to her.
Okay. So, and Brandi is threatening what will happen if something happens to Tyler, if they're lying and they take him in. So I'll play it now. It's 2 minutes long.
If it's a trick and they arrest Tyler, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. There's no way in fucking hell I'll burn the place down. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way in hell. There is no way in hell Tyler had anything to do with this whatsoever. I don't think Tyler is talking to him. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be fucking pissed. No. And I told Tyler, like, I told him what I told Sai, that he's in Sissy Lala, and I'm the badass. And he laughed. And he's like, I do feel guilty. It's my fault. It's not his fault. Right. It is not his fault. He did not do this. Just keep going. Maybe of things that they're finding out right now, and they just need to have it on record. No, it's just going to be him and Sai talking. No polygraph, no nothing. Just him and I, or him and Sai in the office, like I do all the fucking time. That's it. Oh, so not recorded and stuff like that. No, it's just them two having a conversation. Okay, that's it. He promised me. You'll go to federal. That's federal prison. You can't go burning down police officers' fucking homes. I'll just go talk to his wife. She's been a corrections officer for over 25 years. I'll just go talk to her. So you're gonna paddle on side to his wife if he arrests Tyler. You bet your ass I will. Hold on, honey, I'm coming. Let me go tell Sai's wife. Oh, you're gonna be in trouble. I'm sorry, that's funny. Well, I'll go to JD's wife too. What does JD have to do with him getting arrested? Just in case. I got a backup plan.
Okay, so that was Brandi, NEAL, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mother, speaking to Crystal, who we have here tonight on the panel. So, and they were just, and Brandi was saying what will happen if when Tyler goes in and they read his Miranda rights to him, if they wind up locking him up, what the results would be. So now Dixie says, sounds like she had something on the officer that she would threaten them. And also Eve weighed in with another question. So you can go ahead and restate that, please, Eve.
I completely forgot what it was.
You forgot. Okay. But what do you feel?
Oh,
okay, go ahead.
It might not be the same question. I'm thinking that.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think that the backup plan was referring to if it didn't, whatever her plans were, if it didn't work with the wife of the first officer, then JD's wife would be the next. Oh, that would be the alternative if it didn't work. Which implies, in my opinion only, a coercive plan of action when we don't even know exactly why the alleged arrest or what the basis of that is. And I'm sure we're not going to.
Right.
But that in itself is extremely alarming. And yeah, that's all I agree.
I would like to address something because I'm seeing the comments come up from the recording you just played. Yes, I was laughing. I was, because I was in a seriously uncomfortable situation. I literally had just found out that Tyler was getting his Miranda rights read after 7 months, and none of us knew what to do. And so all of us laughed when she said that, because the rest of that recording, there's parts that I can't speak about, but the rest of that recording, I go on to tell her that her priorities are fucked up. That she is going to go burn a place down if Tyler gets arrested, but not for Michael. I was in a situation where everything was super uncomfortable. I know the other girl that's laughing as well felt the exact same way because we privately talked about it, and neither one of us felt comfortable. All we could do was laugh because we didn't know what else to say or do in that moment.
Right. And with a lot of the true crime cases that I cover or I research, there has been, I know I can't think of the high profile case. It was another cold case where the detective says, I go out there, I do whatever it is, whatever it takes to get that information that I need to bring justice to the case, to bring closure to the case, whether I got to lie, whether I got to do this. Almost nothing's off limits. And guys, really, nothing really should be off limits. So if she's going to smile and laugh with her, you want to keep somebody comfortable. And, one person may think it's manipulation, but it's not manipulation, because if we get to the bottom of this and there's, no red flags and the red flags don't keep going up, then okay, we move on to the next thing. But someone that's good at what they do, they're going to try to obtain that information any way possible. All right. You can see that Brandi is in a comfortable state where she is able to say what she is saying freely. Yes. And I commend Crystal on that, because she's damn well good at what she does and what she's doing, and if somebody there's another case that comes along where somebody wants somebody to get detailed information on that case and bring justice to that case, Nicole and Crystal are some people that you're going to want to give a call. Okay. So give them a round of applause. And, because the case is about the child solely, and this is about Michael Monkey Vaughn. Of course, the parents, there's going to be people out there supporting the parents, and they should, until the end of the case. But when a lot of red flags start to appear, you just start to question things, and with every right. Otherwise, you're going on what do you call it? A wild goose chase, right? When the goose is right in front of you. Sometimes. All right.
And Selena, I've never said that it was bad for Brandy to laugh. Maybe that's how she expresses something when she's scared. Maybe she laughs, like, or when she's nervous, because I do. The recording was because she threatened to burn down the police station, the officers' homes. That's the part I recorded, not the fact that she was laughing. It didn't even faze me that she laughed, because I laugh in when I'm nervous. But when she threatened to burn down law enforcement buildings and homes, that's the part I recorded. That's what stood out to me, and that's when I was like, I need to record this. And that's what was sent to the FBI. It has nothing to do with the fact that she was laughing.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Doing lives on true crime cases, I know that there are times where I look back after I've done the video and I'm like, oh my God, did I laugh at that part? It looks so insensitive. But I'm not really laughing at something that was heartbreaking in the case. It's almost like a in disbelief type of
You're
laugh,
protecting
or
yourself from being
shock, or
distraught.
protecting. Exactly. And when I rewatch it and I'm like, oh my God, that could be taken the wrong way. So it can happen, be taken the wrong way, but it's the intent of the heart. And we know Crystal and Nicole, from what they have shown us, that they have really good intentions in this. And that's what everybody should be looking at. And also Jennifer.
Yes.
Yeah. So did anything seem, looking back now, Jennifer, I know you can't give us a lot of specifics that you would think is sensitive to the case, but is there anything else that may have given you red flags that something was possible to happen in this case?
To happen like this? No.
No. Okay.
But as far as red flags, yes, and I need to talk to somebody who's not in the FPD about it, but somebody who can do something about my information, because I'm tired of Ellie here.
I think maybe
Is there
you
any
should.
information? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say this real quick, and then you could say that. I feel like you should connect with Crystal and Nicole. I think Nicole is the one that calls the FBI, and you guys speak to them together.
Yes, I should be being contacted by someone shortly. I believe that's what the call is for tomorrow.
Now, let me ask you.
How did you get in contact with them? Because nobody knows. I had to ask them the contact information. I think Nicole. How did you guys find out about the contact? If you can't answer, of course don't.
I'm not understanding. They reached out to me, took my phone number, and somebody messaged me.
So FBI reached out to you.
I'm not exactly sure who this person is yet, but I was told they could help, so I'm going to trust that.
Okay. Did they give you legitimate, like, FBI information, like the email and everything that you would trust?
I honestly don't know. I'm hoping so.
Okay, make sure they're legitimate, and you before you give
badge
them
information, case information.
Yeah. Can I ask you, and I'm not saying anything's wrong with this, but do you know if they believed in corporal punishment, such as like a spanking? I know everybody has their own viewpoints on whether kids should get a spanking or a beating, and the extent, or some people feel that they shouldn't at all. With my kids, my oldest, she's 23. She's in she actually graduated, got her degree, and she's down south teaching and everything. But when she was young, I used to pat her butt sometimes, but she was so petite and tiny, and so I would have to be really careful because I'm like, and I'm a very loving guy. So guys, don't judge me, because I'm a very loving mother, and I just believe sometimes, could tap their butt a little bit. But I'm like, she's so tiny, and I'm like, I don't want to accidentally hit her too hard and then she's hurt. She's basically all bones. So a lot of times I would just leave it alone. I'm like, she's too tiny to even get spanked. But some people could sometimes get a spank. Some parents could sometimes spank with not ill intentions and not trying to hurt their kids, but it could kind of get carried away. I'm pretty sure there's cases where it was not intended and the kid just, something happens to them. Do you know if they would do corporal punishment for their kids and discipline them in a spanking manner as well if they got out of line?
I only know of one incident where I know Monkey was, quote, got his butt whomped. And that was for one of the times he had chased Ben. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Chased his brother down the street.
Okay.
And that was from Brandi herself. He got his butt whomped for that one.
Wow. So it was by Brandi and not Tyler.
I don't know who did, but my money would be on Brandi.
Brandi, okay. She seems like she's the more the disciplinarian in the household, you would say?
Yes.
Okay.
She wears the pants in that family.
Tyler is the sissy lala.
I wouldn't call him a sissy lala, at least not to his face.
Okay.
But yeah, he's definitely more lax.
Yeah, very much. He's very reserved and quiet, and
that's why I think in this case, what we're seeing is so confusing to many, and certain things contradict the next, and all we're doing is looking for clarity and transparency so that things will be revealed in a way that we can bring Monkey home and get justice for Michael under any circumstance. Hi, Pinky Lee Love. How are you?
I am currently making videos of it's straight to the facts. It has no conjecture at all. It's basically parts. It's broken up into parts depending on what it's about. And there's a question that everybody typically has, like a universal question. And then the response is exactly what either comes from Fruitland Police Department or out of Brandi's mouth. So that, and if it's conflicting, it doesn't matter. They're both going in there. So then if it's not clear, question mark. But
I can't wait to hear that.
It's good. I was sitting there going, it's going to be a big deal, right?
Do you know when you will release it by, like which week?
I have 2 that I need to complete tonight or tomorrow morning. So just expect it, within at least, I would say give me a few days.
Okay,
and then they'll just slowly roll out as I'm getting them done, because there's a lot of editing. I'm sure you know.
Right, I know.
But I wanted to build some up of at least having it back to back, because everyone's going to go flying off the wall. Right. And I have to keep them short because people's attention spans, they want the next quickest thing, instant gratification. So
exactly.
there's a lot of information to pack into a 90-second video.
Yeah.
So.
There was so much information that I was finding out, and I wanted to put, I know I couldn't put it out there, like you said, in the whole like hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, because sometimes people don't listen that long, but it's like, I just got overwhelmed because it's like, this is stuff that people should really know, you know, that's out there. Thanks to Nicole and thanks to Crystal. And it's just like I was going through all these different types of emotions just listening to it. So I know you can't wait to get that information out. So you guys make sure you subscribe to True Crime with Eve for when she does put that information out. You'll be the first to know. Ivana says,
thank you for that.
No problem. Have these two PIs ever looked into the neighbors or nearby? So, what's SO? South?
Sex offenders.
Oh, yeah. I'm tired. I usually know what that means.
So I think that person is saying that Nicole and I are private investigators, if I'm understanding correctly, and I am definitely not a private investigator. But I can tell you that I have religiously researched the registered SOs. I can tell you that, Jennifer, please forgive me, I have researched you, only because of things that I was told. I've looked into everything. I've looked into the RSO that absconded. I've looked into every angle that I could possibly think of, because it's a missing child, and that's kind of what you have to do. So no, I'm not a private investigator, but yes, I've pulled reports that I can pull, and I've looked into a lot of different angles. Anything that was public reports for people I've pulled.
Okay.
A private investigator would never go on social media and talk about their work. It is literally against standards. When they take the test and get their license, it's against protocol and standard. And the reason why I know that is because I've worked with private investigators, and I'm working on being one, that you have to be under them for 2 years before you could even do that, and have to have education. So I'm just saying that private investigators would not do that.
Right.
The reach, sometimes it just takes away from trying to find monkey. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you. Is there anything else you guys want to touch on, or any message you see in the chat that you want to discuss at this point? I'm seeing Jennifer over there looking so sad. I'm just like, once again, sad that she has to go through all of this.
I forgot you guys can actually see me.
Yeah, you have yours on video. You're the only one on video. It's nice to see you though.
I don't even know how to turn it off, so
yeah, there's a setting where you can do audio only.
Other than Facebook, and until recently, I have never even been like on YouTube, Twitter. I just got 2 days ago.
Yeah.
All the stuff, I don't understand it. So sorry.
Oh,
Look at
I'm
my face.
definitely bad. I'm definitely bad with Twitter. I think Nicole was my first message on there where we exchanged but yeah, I'm really confused on there. So I feel handicapped, but I try. I know how to click the retweet button.
I think that was the first thing I learned to do on Twitter too, was click the retweet button.
I know. If you can't do anything else, go ahead and retweet.
Thank you.
Can you search for tweets in a certain time frame on Twitter?
Heck if I know.
Like if I wanted to search, let's just say Nicole's tweets from 2021 around July and August, Could I? Does anybody
I
know?
mean, it might be possible. I have no idea. I just learned yesterday from the live you did with Nicole that I could search something in the top bar on her page and find all of her hashtag Michael Vaughn posts. So that was something I just learned.
You know what I found out too? Even when people delete tweets, because a lot of people who are suspect or, did something wrong, they wind up deleting some of their online digital footprints. So there was a lot of stuff that Trezell West was deleting, and it was still able to be brought back to life through the Wayback Machine. And a lot of people don't know they can get deleted YouTube videos that someone decided to delete, deleted tweets, and it will show you them. I think you have to get used to it, and it's something you get better with time with using, because at first it could be something that's totally confusing, but if somebody knows what they're doing, they're actually able to get a lot of the deleted tweets and a lot of the deleted social media messages or posts, I should say. And a lot of times those posts are the same things that turn back and raise red flags to get somebody, I don't say convicted, but possibly even charged or cited, or even at the very least just looked at more in detail.
So
in the case.
I have something to say on that one.
Okay.
To prove your claim. I downloaded my entire history from Facebook from the beginning of, I think I signed up in 2007.
Right.
And you know how those posts say this content is not available right now if it's taken down by another user?
Yes.
Okay. When you delete posts, it tells you that you deleted it. And then what you can do, I believe, is reach out for the information about the post that you deleted. And I'm pretty sure law enforcement could get, a subpoena to get them. But it does say that this tweet was, or this Facebook post was deleted, and I had no idea. Now, I don't delete mine very often, but I did see a little line. So when you download all that stuff, your pictures are there, your posts are in a folder. It's a zip folder. Takes forever. And it says on this date, this was deleted, but it doesn't tell you anything about it.
Right. Wow. Okay. All right. And that's, you said, for Facebook.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you for sharing that. Is there anything, you guys, any other red flags that you want to discuss, or audio that you think is helpful in this case that's not sensitive to discuss? True Crime with Eve says, I want to say this real quick, says people who care more about the feelings of parents instead of the missing child is very concerning. Yeah. I agree. At the end of the day, you should understand that it's an open case, and at the moment you're not ruled out, so people have a right to question you. And if your number one thing is to find your child, for justice in this case, for closure in this case, then by all means, whatever you have to do, even if it's question me.
I did want to say that this is just for informational purposes. Yes. Sorry. If you ever feel like you are not being taken seriously, or there is something that you can prove that is wrong with the law enforcement that you're reporting or whatever, there are different agencies that you can report that to, and you should never feel afraid to. But I will say that the law enforcement officer, the retired law enforcement officer that I spoke with during a live the other day, said that you have to have receipts. So I just wanted to say that.
Right. True Crime with Eve, is there anything else that you would like to bring up?
No, I think I've taken up too much airtime. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a good night.
All right. You too. Bye. So, Crystal, Nicole, are you still with us? I mean, Crystal, are you still with us?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, Nicole, and who is okay? Jennifer. Jennifer figured out how to take it off video.
Yes.
Okay. So, is there anything you would like to add, Jennifer?
Not that I can think of right now. I mean,
Okay.
after I throw in some more information to whoever can take it wherever it needs to be so that something can be done, yeah, I'll probably be speaking out a lot more. The anger bug has definitely bit me, and I'm enraged, honestly, everything that I've learned in the past, like 48 hours to 2 weeks ago. I'm just, everything I believed in is a lie, and it hurts.
Right. That is something that hurts when you believe in something and you find out different. Yeah, I know the feeling. Thank you, Jake Colburn. Well, I plan on we'll hopefully do another live next week on the case, and hopefully, you can join in, whoever is available, whichever one of you guys are available. Let me see what Millennial Phoenix says. If you say Ivana's name out loud, it sounds like I want to. Okay, so you touched all the comments that you guys wanted to touch in the chat, right? I know there was a slew of them. It just keeps going on my end. So unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to get to all of them, but hopefully you guys got a lot of information that you didn't know before. So hopefully, our hope, our prayer is that you would just keep an open mind to this, right? And for all of those, and thank you so much for your love donation in True Crime with Eve. And for all of those who want justice for Michael, please put Monkey first, right? You can still be there for Brandi in the meantime, and Tyler, where you're not sure, where everything's up in the air. You can still be supportive of them without being a negative Nancy to Crystal and Nicole. You can still, and Jennifer, you can still respect where they're coming from, the light they're trying to bring to the case, and the justice that they're trying to bring to Monkey. Okay, because I'm pretty sure you want that Amber Alert out there for them too, for Monkey too, right? And these are the people that are doing what it takes to get it done. So give them a round of applause again. Is there any let me see what Regina Diamond says in Millennial before I end. She says, Ivana, are you here to argue and press people's button or participate respectfully in the chat? Yeah. And I don't mind people that say stuff against us, as long as they speak respectfully. And I mean, I believe, who was it, Nicole or Crystal actually wanted was it Ivana to come on the stream. Anyway, Millennial, I know we're all falling asleep here, so let me just read this from Millennial Phoenix. Psychic Goddess, can Ivana and Selena come up on the panel so that we can help adequately address their questions? Well, they were able to. Nicole or Crystal actually recommended that, but it was declined, unfortunately. But hopefully another time. So anyway, is there anyone else, Crystal, Nicole, Marie, Jennifer, is there anything else that you guys feel need to be said?
I just want Michael found. I want him to be able to come home, one way or the other. I still want, everyone to share his missing flyer. If you see something, say something. If you hear something, say something. I mean, he's a 5-year-old little boy. He deserves to be where he's loved and where he's wanted, and he doesn't deserve what's going on, and he deserves to come home. And that's all I want. I want him to come home, and I will take all the backlash I have to if it finds him. I'm okay with that. I really am, because I have literally, I love Michael, and I have been dedicated to this case, and the pictures and the stories, and it just, I mean, he stole my heart, and I'm sure the ones like Jennifer closer to him obviously are feeling it. And I've lost a lot of sleep over him, and I want him to come home. I want him to be found. He doesn't deserve to be out there and no one know where he's at. He deserves to come home. He's 5. He doesn't get a say in this. He deserves to come home.
Right. And I agree with you completely. And that's where our hearts are. So if anybody wants to know where our hearts are, that's where it is. I did see someone earlier when I was doing a search on YouTube. It was some tarot reader. You guys know I do tarot on my lives too. And she went in for, I don't know how many minutes before she started reading her cards. And it seems like she knew, she felt, it felt like whatever she had already pre-planned in her mind and in her thought system is what she was speaking into the cards to come out, right? So it was a biased card reading by the energy that she had into it. And she had a negative energy for Crystal, and she had negative energy for Nicole Marie as well. And first of all, I feel like her card reading was totally off, or she misinterpreted it. And also it was just like a lot of personal feelings that she had for these ladies that were coming up that wasn't connected to anything that spiritually, right? I can tell off the bat that these ladies' hearts are in it, and they proved it 110%. So just because you gotta remember that, just because one person says something, just because somebody's out there and calls themselves a psychic, doesn't mean that they are, right? Just because they say that they're a tarot reader doesn't mean that they're reading the case unbiased. If you see me, I produce results. If you see my old videos, I call out the day that Brian's body would be found and how, the autopsy. I know that, and I feel with every ounce of my being, every atom of my being, that they truly want to see justice in this case. So, so once again, everything is not how it appears, and they came to bring light to that. And I just hope everyone will respect that. Who was? I'm sorry, I have this. I'm trying to get rid of this comment so I can see the screen. But who was speaking a while ago? Was that you, Nicole? All right, here we go. Let me get the picture off the screen so I can see. Okay, that was Crystal.
I just want to say you're welcome to Ivana. They said thank you for saying what I said. And then the comment from Laura, I'm going to keep talking about Michael in present tense until I am told otherwise, because I have nothing to tell me that he has passed on. So I'm not going to talk about him in the past tense. I haven't since this started. And I don't talk about any of the missing babies in past tense until I know that they're no longer here.
Same here.
Yep, you have to believe always to the end. So, yeah, that's what keeps you going. That's what keeps you fighting. That's what brings closure to each and every case. And yeah, So I'm just really proud of you. I'm so tired here, guys. I know you guys are as well. Hopefully you don't have to get up super early. But
No, I don't.
okay, awesome. I just want to thank you so much for coming to this space on YouTube, and for just putting things out there for other people to become aware of. And hopefully after this, a lot of people would their eyes would be open. Their eyes will be open.
Yeah, and I hope it's like for every case.
Oh, what did you say?
I hope that's like that with every case. I hope everybody's eyes are open with every case, not, closed-minded with any case.
Right. And in this case, and that's why we like to see these cases resolved so we can move on to the next missing child and the next missing child, and hopefully bring closures in those cases as well. And we did 5 hours exactly.
Oh, goodness.
5 hours exactly. Yeah. So you can't tell me that these women don't care. They care with every atom of their soul. There are people on YouTube calling them monsters and witches without even knowing their story, without even listening to what they're saying. There's red flags there. We saw all through the comments. Everyone throwing up red flags. And it's because of them that we can see clearly now. Once again, we're not saying that Brandi or Tyler did anything. We're saying that there's some discrepancies and they ought to be questioned.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a monster or a witch. I've been threatened with witchcraft, but I'm not a witch. I'm not a monster. I'm just a mom who doesn't want any other moms suffering without their babies and trying to help any way that I can.
Yeah. And I commend you for that. Like I said, you guys are Michael Monkey Vaughn's angels on earth. Thank you so much for joining and being on the panel tonight.
Thank you for having us.
No problem. So I will talk to you guys soon. Have a blessed night.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.